It is morning, everybody. I got my biscuit. Piping hot coffee. All right. All right. I gotta finish my coffee and my breakfast. Well, I have to finish my biscuit first. I need a minute. I'm not awake yet, guys. The alarm went off. Fed the cats. Morning, Yeller. Everybody else? What's up, Toombs? The hills are alive with the sound of spice blows. Actually, it should be the dunes. The dunes are alive with the sound of spice blows. Ah. Holy crap. I guess one of my YouTube shorts went a little viral last night. I'm not going to be able to get all these comments answered while I'm eating my breakfast biscuit. I answer my TikTok ones when I'm on the throne, but the YouTube ones, I was I hadn't had a chance to look at them yet. You guys get to sit here with me while I eat my breakfast and think about what I'm going to do this morning in Dune Awakening. I know we're going to do harvesting, a lot of harvesting today. I've got a list here. I need crystals for cobalt paste. I need a boatload of iron and cobalt. I need more industrial pumps, flour sand, lots of bushes, lots of aluminum. Yeah, that was the one. That was the one, Yeller. It's doing very well over on TikTok as well. I haven't had a chance to check Instagram this morning. Just goes to show you, trolls never win. Yeah, he had to subscribe for 10 minutes to leave the comment. I know, right? It's like, I got him twice. No. It's 10 minutes before you can leave a comment. So I got him twice. I got him for 10 minutes of view time, which means I racked up, I made money off of him while he was sitting there waiting. Someone just said, is there a burn unit nearby? Oh, yeah, I can't even keep up. My goodness. All right, cool. Uh, yeah, there's a YouTube short up, Tombs. TikTok video, YouTube short, Instagram reel. I think I put it yeah, I know I put it out on Facebook, Twitter, and Blue Sky as well. All right, I need to seriously think about what I'm doing this morning, and then go get another cup of coffee because the first one's not enough. Don't forget drops are live again. I should probably get the image up so everybody knows what drops I'm talking about. Those are still live. Those went live yesterday. By the way, it's not light out. I gotta show you this shit though. I hopped on last night, and checked out. I haven't looked at the window yet though. I got the window when I was watching Gray, and I was half asleep, so I ended up going and went to bed. Where is this window? I need to check. This is one of the windows you can get. This is the thing. I really wanted to see what this looked like. Right? Oh, so it's like semi-transparent around the center. Oh, I see. Dude, have you guys checked out the observer stuff? Like this stuff is dope. Um, this is the wall. This is the window. Check this out though. The I think it's in. Yeah, that one's cool and all, but where's it at? Is this the one that has the lighting? Yeah. So look at the observer. I didn't know they had lights. So the inside of the window has lights, and the floor has lights underneath as well. So I've been using these the whole time. The ones with the 9 light grids. I may change those out. No lie. Like I may end up changing those out for these because I really like the aesthetic of that circle as opposed to that. Um, we're gonna save that for the base build stuff later. I hadn't honestly ever looked at this. This is the stuff I got from the first Observer pack when the game launched. But that window is pretty cool. It's just a completely different, like, it's a more science fiction aesthetic, right? Because it's got that metallic sheen to it. Anyway, drops are going on. If you didn't get them yesterday, you can get them today. I'll leave the image up for a while. Okay, let's see here. Alright, we need to get set up for stuff. First, I need to check my water. I should be okay on water. Did we get any donations overnight? I think probably all the donations are going out to the deep desert right at the moment. Yeah, it looks like they are. Okay. We'll probably go get industrial pumps first because those are right outside of here. Oh yeah, we're not filled. Let me go get some filters up. And then we'll get pumps, and then I'll come back and we're going to do a harvesting run. So I think the plan today is we're going to do harvesting. Then I'm going to do deep desert testing station runs. And then I'm going to do some deep desert stuff for the guild, and then I'm gonna do base building. We are gonna get a full session in today. This is, you can thank my wife for this. My wife literally told me, go play Dune Awakening since the traffic has been so good the last couple of days. Just play that from the morning and do Death Stranding 2 in the afternoon. I was like, alright. So you can thank my wife. We're going to do a full day of Dune Awakening today as opposed to splitting it into 2 sessions. Knock on wood, as long as there's no like internet outages or anything. It stormed all last night, so we may have some internet hiccups. Rattlejohn coming in with a sub over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. By the way, guys, it did storm all last night, and it's flooded and rainy and nasty and muddy outside. So if I disappear, it'll be because the internet is being crappy. I will be back ASAP. So whether I disappear on YouTube or Twitch, or if you're watching on Steam right now as well, thanks to Funcom, I am also on the Steam page. I can't check the chat on the Steam page, so if you want to hang out with our community, you gotta be on Twitch or YouTube, so head on over. Daily streams start around this time every single day. I play a lot of games. This is the day job. Currently playing Death Stranding 2 alongside Dune Awakening. We're going to be starting Destiny 2 in a few days. Tales of the Shire at the end of the month. Mafia the Old Country next month. Gears of War Reloaded. Hell is Us, Indiana Jones the Great Circle DLC, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 DLC, Stalker 2 DLC. By the way, did you guys see Stalker 2 announced it's coming to the PlayStation 5 now? I told everybody, all the people who in January were like, why is this an Xbox exclusive? And I said, just wait, just be patient. All their other games are on the PS5 as well. Just be patient. It'll be there. And it's coming out this year. By the end of the year, Stalker 2 is coming to the PS5. Thanks for the sub over on Twitch, Zaveri. Thanks for the resub, second month in a row, Stormstorm. Thanks for hanging out for more than a month. I appreciate it. Nice, Storm. Yeah, I did. That was interesting. I know I started covering the game when it first got announced, like several years ago, and then I can't remember when I got the beta invite, but it was the first time I was like, I'll join. I don't normally do offline play because my whole how I make a living is by streaming, and so it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to play offline. But I took a gamble and said I'll join the Funcom beta for Dune Awakening, and that gamble paid off because the Funcom team has been super supportive. The game is really fun, and it has been my biggest launch of 2025 so far. So yeah, it was cool being able to do all the lead-up stuff and get established, you know, as an authoritative voice in the Dune Awakening community. I do love the IP, so first and foremost, I'm here because I love the IP. Video game secondary, IP primary. All right, the filters are running. Let me go to Arakeen before I do the Sandfly. Because I had a bunch of stuff that I stuck in the exchange last night. Let's go see how much money we made overnight, if any. And I got another schematic to stick. And then I need to go get coffee, and then we'll do the Sandfly camp for industrial pumps, drop those off, and we're going to go out, probably spend a couple of hours harvesting, because we need a lot of stuff as we prep for T6 production. It is a great game, JP. JP Napier. I gotta say different JP because we have multiple JPs in the channel, so that's JP Napier. And the Harkonnen alt. We might start the Harkonnen alt today. It depends on how long we go today. we don't do the Harkonnen alt today, I might start it tomorrow. But we're really close to starting the Harkonnen alt. And that alt... Matter of fact, we might actually... You know what we might do today live together is come up with the parameters for that character. Since I know it's going to be, you know, we're not allowed to build a base beyond the tutorial. We have to play it as strictly as an RPG. I have to buy... Yeah. We'll cover that. We'll probably do that together in a bit. We'll come up with the parameters, and I can clip that part of the video out for YouTube. That sounds like fun. So stay tuned for that. The idea is that we're going to do a Harkonnen alt who doesn't use a base, and he's just going to treat this game like an action RPG. So he has to use only what he gathers, only what he gets from quests, only what he can buy from merchants. There has to be some limited crafting though, but like, I think the only thing he'll be allowed to craft is going to be the repair module, because I don't see any way around that, because there's no other way to repair gear in the game, because like there's no repair merchants, so I would have to build a repair module. Other than that, I don't want to do any other crafting. I want him to play the game just like it's a straight up action RPG. So ignore the crafting side of the game. Someone told me, I bet you won't even last 5 hours, and I was like, you've never seen me play video games. I'll take that bet though. Where do you want to donate to charity? What's up, JK? You know, I might do that just so that I can see the quest line, JK. I might do it because I don't care about like that Harkonnen character. I don't care about like getting it's like a throwaway character. I don't care about getting the faction or getting all the building sets because I'm not. This is my character. That's more of a throwaway character just so that I can have a YouTube series to prove a point. So it'd be cool, kind of cool to see that because that would be stuff I haven't done or seen. What's up, Transcend? Did I make any money last night? Oh, I did. I made lots of money last night. Alright. I made another 100K. And I need to get mine. Well, I had one expired. Let me move my coffee cup. Let me put the controller down. Let me move this over. I gotta get the other mouse and keyboard. Because we got to set a couple of schematics back on sale. I can't wait for the third faction, man. Yeah, I'm finally moving into T6 alpha territory by using a mouse and keyboard.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
Dude, did you see Iggy on... So Iggy is the communications director for Dune Awake. Did you see what he posted last night on Twitter? Or yes, I guess I saw it yesterday or yesterday afternoon on Twitter. He posted a screenshot of this guy with the text, "Would you like to welcome..." Hang on, let me pull it up. This is too funny not to share. I gotta find the tweet really quick, man. Give me a second, guys. I was dying last night when I saw this. Oh shit, I forgot to share my socials anyway. Give me a second. I gotta put everything out on social media. And then I will pull this up for you guys. Hang on, I gotta get this out on my socials. I've completely forgot. I get so wrapped up in doing this. There's too many things to do. Blackthorn says, got a new video up, you can watch it on stream. A long one though. Planned base improvements. Nice. Someone that said this morning that Renfail is what I laughed. We'll cover that later. All right, let me find Iggy's post here. Here it is. So, yes, let me get this posted over here. So the caption is what slew me here. Iggy's like, you can hear this picture. And I was like, everybody's been like, Renfail, it's not nice to make fun of his accent. It's like, it's not an accent, it's a lisp. And it's the way he talks. And then he goes out, he's the communication, community manager for Dune Awakening. He's like, you can hear this picture. Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris? I'm just like, I don't care. If they make fun of it, I'm gonna make fun of it. Oh, good times. Alright, we're goodbye here. It is an epic stash. I only wish my stash was that epic. I'm about ready to do my monthly trim on my stash. It's all in my mouth every time I eat and drink coffee. Alright, let me get more coffee actually before we leave here, because I'm about to go do this Sentinel City and I won't be able to get up for a few minutes. Crazy cat. You can't jump on the keyboards like that, honey. No, that was psycho. Go lay down. Hopefully she didn't shut anything off by accident. She literally jumped on the chair and then jumped across both keyboards and mashed a bunch of keys. Alright. Sentinel City time! No, don't sit on my notebook. Here, let me take that. Thank you. Do I need to get the chair? Come here. She's being a little psychopath here. I don't know if you guys can see her. Sitting right there on the edge of the bed. Snow White. She's a spicy little kitten. No. Leave my mouse pad alone. Stop. I'll put you outside if you're not going to be a good girl. God, I love this map music. What game were we playing? There was something we played a few months ago where the map didn't have any music. And I remember complaining about it, like every time we would stream the game, it was like, this map needs music, because there was nothing when you would open the map up. I can't remember what it was. But kudos to Funcom for having a map that has music. Especially if it's going to be something where you're going to be spending a lot of time. Like, there needs to be tunes to accompany your journey. What do I have in my inventory here? Granite. That's Sentinel City right there, isn't it? It's the back exit anyway.
We have a visitor.
Way? Who's this way?
I need help.
Got a mouse in your pocket. Bitch, did you just interrupt my looting? Pumps, pump it up. Give me more of those juicy pumps. Alright. I think we'll go down all the way to the right, go to the bottom, and then work our way back up. Up and out. Somebody may have cleared some of these mobs. That'd be nice if there's nobody up in here. Oh, I think it's clear. Well, there may be somebody down here that's actively doing stuff. Alright. I think these are the last ones.
There's someone trespassing.
Yeah, I think these are the last ones. I don't want to identify myself. I just want to, like... Spice, spice, baby. your pumps. Nice. This might actually be a good pump run, because last time I came down here I didn't get that many. And I still need quite a few. I'm actually gonna grab the salvage metal remains too, because I'll need to make some more. Need that for welding wire. Do I know you? Who are you? Okay. That's the same pistol schematic. Wait, I think that was where it came from. Alright, I already did the tunnel to the left, so we can just work our way out. And then head back to base with my goodies. Who is it? Medic vet? I don't know who you are. Thought it might be a guildie. Or one of our friends in the Harkonnen Guild. But alas, 'twas not so. 'Twas a rando.
Who's that?
Who's that? Your mom's boyfriend. I don't think I missed any chests. There's my base. It's a straight shot. I love this place because it's like literally right around the corner. I highly doubt they'll add enemy NPC thopters and stuff. No, so if you go back far enough in my channel, hang on, I gotta scroll up. I lost that comment. Exclusive says, is there more Pillars of Eternity from the last video you did, which was a live stream? No, because here's the thing. I've played a ton of Pillars of Eternity over the years. both 1 and 2. I have, God, I want to say, I know there's, so that I played that game before I was doing streaming full time. I know there's a full, I'm pretty sure there's a full playthrough of the first game. I've played the first game through 3 times. I've played Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire through twice. Um, the and then I did like a partial playthrough where I was in between projects when I was starting to get going as a streamer and content creator. So I think that's the playthrough you're referring to. So I never did a full clear of Pillars of Eternity 2 on stream. No. It's a phenomenal game though. I fucking love Obsidian. And that's Deadfire is one of the best CRPGs out there, hands down. Like the first game is good, but Deadfire is like, it's kind of like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Baldur's Gate 1 is good. Baldur's Gate 2 is like 10 times better. Pillars of Eternity is good. Pillars of Eternity 2 is like way better. Also, Solasta, if you haven't played Solasta, good. Solasta 2 looks like it's going to be way better. So, what's up, Hector? Safari says, do you see yourself being a streamer for the next 20 years? Not necessarily. So I've made, this is a, on YouTube, I know I've talked about this in the channel members section for our channel members. I have a pretty definite timeline for me. Will I continue to stream beyond that timeline? Possibly. But the objective right now is I'm 45. So I am working on, we own this piece of property. Chris and I are working towards buying our forever home mountain property right now. And doing investments and stuff. So like I think we're getting ready to buy some farmland where we live, which is because Chris wants to expand and have more animals, and she's wanting to do some stuff with her sister and start raising sheep, I think, and more ducks and chickens and stuff. So we're doing that kind of stuff. This is the short version, and again, if you want more details on what's going on, you got to go over to YouTube. It's in the channel members section for our YouTube members, because we have a homestead and a homestead channel, and we do a bunch of stuff with that channel as well. The short version is that I'm doing this for this is my retirement money. Like everything I earn from YouTube and Twitch, some of it goes towards to pay our bills, but most of the income goes to fund our retirement. So, and the objective is that by the time I'm 50, I want to be able to have that mountain property purchased and ready to go, so that Chris can have an art studio and I can have my writing studio. And then my plan at that point is to focus more on going back to writing science fiction and fantasy for the rest of my life, and just focusing on being an author and probably documenting the building of that place and whatever we do with that place on the Homestead channel. Again, in the channel section on YouTube, we've got a whole bunch of, I show some guys who are doing projects like what I want to work on. But here's the reality. I have been online in a public-facing format since 2008. I have been making a living on the internet with a public-facing persona since 2008. As a writer, as a photographer, as a videographer, as a game developer, as a public speaker, as a streamer, content creator. So I have always had some form of monetization online, whether it's a Patreon page or a YouTube account. I used to do blogging. I made a living as a blogger. A lot of people don't know what that means these days, but I was at the forefront of blogging when blogging was a thing. I was selling ebooks all the way back in like I think 2011 was when my first ebook came out, called the Expat Guidebook. You know, how to travel the world and work online and make money as a digital nomad. Like, that's what I used to do for a long time. And so I've already been making a living in an online format for many years. So more than likely, I might not necessarily be streaming games for the next 20 years, but you can expect to see my face online for at least until I'm dead. Like, I have no plans to stop having a public-facing persona. Angry blog posts? No, 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 no. I got paid to be a travel blogger, so I traveled the world as a digital nomad and lived in different destinations and got paid to write about it on my blog. Way before YouTube. And then I sold guidebooks around the destinations where I was traveling and living, and sold my pictures as well as a travel photographer. And then I got into travel videography and got a drone and started doing drone photography and drone videography. Yeah. Go Google me. You'll find all sorts of fun stuff. I've done a ton of stuff over the years. So anyway, I don't know that I'll necessarily be streaming games for the next 20 years, but yes, I will be online in some format with a public-facing project that earns money in some way, shape, or form. Because there ain't no reason to stop when you have the power of the internet. Oh, that bug is always hilarious. Okay. We should have enough pumps now to build that thing. I have an OnlyFans? No, I do not have an OF. But if I did, I would sell beard clippings. And the tears of my trolls. We'll sell troll tears and beard clippings. Alright. I've got plenty of fuel cells. Let's go harvest some aluminum. I can sell homestead water on my OnlyFans. Yeah. Is it feasible to earn money on the internet without displaying your face? Yes. Morticimal Gaming is a good example of someone who makes a living. I think he makes a living full time. I think he does it full time. And he doesn't show his face. There are VTubers who don't show their face. Oh shit, has he Dream Wilder? I did not know that. So Morticimal has started showing his face? Well, I'll be damned. I take that back. I was not aware. So I take that back. I know for a long time he did not show his face. It was just his videos. And that's like how he built his channel. I wonder why he suddenly made the decision. Maybe he just got comfortable enough with the brand and he's like, you know what? I've gotten big enough. I want to move out of anonymity. I would love to know what made him change his mind about showing his face. That's a very interesting thing. Well, color me surprised. I don't intimately follow him, Mara Jade, so that's all very cool to know. I do love his game reviews. And I've always recommended his channel because I think it's one of the best places to go for like RPG stuff. But I did not know that he showed his face and did house tours and stuff. That's really cool. Woo! Heading on, there's a node there. Yeah, I would say that makes sense if he's doing interviews now, finally, and expanding his brand. You can't do interviews and not show your face. It's kind of like, oh, what's the Tobias from Ghost? Like, the first, like, 6 or so years of their band, you know, he hid behind a mask. And then he was forced to become public because of the court documents, and now he just embraces it and shows his face now in all the interviews and everything. It is possible. However, I can tell you from personal experience and from having mentored hundreds of brands, it's always going to be better to show your face because of the parasocial dynamic between you and the audience. It builds trust, it builds brand loyalty, people feel like they can put a name to the face, and that is something that, let's just put it this way, no one trusts the nameless corporation, they trust people. And so it's one of those things where you don't have to necessarily show your face, but you're going to have a much easier time if you do show your face, because people trust people who show their faces, and people who hide their faces don't build the same level of trust and brand loyalty. In terms of velocity, you know, if you don't care about the time factor and you have all the time in the world, then, and you're not worried about how quickly you build, then yeah, don't worry about showing your face. And some people have social anxieties that keep them from showing their face. That's a legit thing. I was actually did a deep dive last night of the White Stripes, and looking at how Meg White, who was Jack White's wife when they were doing the White Stripes for the first half of that, she got such severe anxiety after, just because of the way the publicity was. Like, that's why she quit the band, that's why they broke up, and she has not been seen in the public for like a decade or more, because of just how bad her social anxiety is. It literally being on the road and becoming famous kind of broke her. And not everyone is cut out to be like public facing on a stage in front of people. I'm not one of those people. I had a public speaking career, and as a travel videographer and blogger, and I've been, like I said, I've been on the internet making money with my face since 2008. So and I am not the most handsome face out there. I just have no problems going out there. There's an actor I follow. He's sort of a B actor, but he's got a pretty famous TikTok. And he was talking about this funny quote the other day. He's like, you have to be cringe to be good. And he's like, the youth of today are scared of being cringe, but the reality is that if you want to make it at anything in life, you have to be cringy. You have to be willing to put yourself through the cringe to get good. And I was like, oh, that's a brilliant way of saying it. It's just another way of saying you have to put in the time. Like, if you're going to do anything in life, you have to go through the awkward stage when you're not going to be very good at video editing, you're not going to be very good at speaking on camera, you're not going to be very good at knowing what to say and when to say it, you're not going to be very good at social media, you're not going to be very good at anything, but over time, as you get through the cringy part, you get good. And the best part about it is documenting the whole process so that you can look back at the shit you did before and go, oh, that didn't work, and I know why, and look at how much better things are, and then you can compare those things side by side, and it's like you can see this massive difference. Documentation is key. People who strive for perfection, that is the #1 killer to getting projects completed and out the door. It's gotta be perfect. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's right. If I can make money on the internet with this face, anyone can do it. That's right. Don't forget the beard trimmings on OF, though, because that does contribute quite a bit. Oh, and my toe pictures. Oh, and don't forget all the video game companies I shill for, because I'm a paid shill, right? Can't forget the paid shilling. Beard trimmings, you know you want some. Beard trimmings, drip 'em in your coffee. Beard trimmings, spice up your omelet. Get your beard trimmings every day. That's right. Available at renfail.of.com. I don't really have an OF, guys. That is entirely a joke. Jesus. Somebody out there's gonna be like, oh my god, Renfail has an OF. What a scuzzy person. And if I did, what's it to you? My wife would not let me have one, though. I don't even think she would let me have one for creative reasons. She might. I could do sexy pictures with my chickens and ducks in the backyard. Like a homestead OF. I could do chores in a pair of overalls. What's that TikTok trend? I ain't got no panties on, got no panties on, I ain't got no panties on the dance floor. And I could be out there like, I ain't got no boxers on, got no boxers on, I ain't got no boxers on, cleaning chicken poop. And if you don't understand any of those references, you're not on social media nearly enough. Or it's proof that I am on social media way too much. Gotta pay the bills somehow. We need to make it HILF, Drabrom, a homesteader. Homesteader, I'd like to freak. But I'll take the gamer I'd like to freak. There you go. Or grandpa, either way. I find it so weird that so many people call me grandpa on like social media because I'm not that old. I don't know if it's because of the white beard, but it's like I don't even have grandkids. Like my favorite is when people are like, "Okay, boomer," and it's like, yeah, wrong generation, guys. Wrong generation. Oh, somebody else has got a buggy parked here. Let's not rob that buggy because that's not mine. Somebody else is visiting. Hang on, we got a whole bunch of chat I should probably catch up on. Have I been recognized when I go out? Not because of a gaming streamer, no. When I lived in Cancun, Chris and I were in Cancun for 8 years, and I had a pretty popular Cancun guidebook, and I was fairly well known as being like the big travel blogger that lived in Cancun, and I made shitloads of videos and social media. So I got recognized in Cancun quite a few times. But that was all the way back in like 2000. We left there at the end of 2017, so it's been a long time. But yeah, I did get used to. I used to get recognized when I was living in Cancun because I was sort of like a local celebrity in Cancun. Do I take strategies to protect myself? Yeah, I don't talk about where I live. I don't talk about the town I live in. I'm very careful not to post my address online. People who dig deep enough, I'm sure, will suss it out. Um, and there are sick, twisted people out there who will go that distance to try to find out where you live because they want to swat you and things of that nature. Thankfully, I live in a place where you can't swat somebody because that just doesn't exist here. But there are other ways that people could do malicious things. But yeah, I don't talk about the town I live in. I don't talk about the town our homestead is located in, and I don't talk about any of that stuff. And I don't have like a, sometimes people will be like, here's an Amazon wish list and you can send things to this address. I don't do that either. Like, ain't nobody, no, no. Raptor is streaming with sunglasses. There's a lot of guys who do it with sunglasses, and there's a lot of people who have characters on the internet. That's another way to do it is you create a persona. I'm a grown-ass man playing video games. What is this world coming to? I know, right? Was it an adjustment to have to jump between games so often? I don't have to jump between games. That's a conscious decision. Excuse me. I have a lot of games that I want to play, and I do try to do 2 to 3 games every month. Generally speaking, I have enough hours in the day to finish 2 to 3 like 50-hour games every month, like 40 to 50. And not every game is going to be 40 to 50 hours. Some games are going to be 15 to 25. Some games are going to be like Death Stranding 2. I'm not finishing that by the 15th. I really wanted to have it finished by the 15th. It's not going to happen. So unfortunately, Death Stranding 2 for me is going to be something that gets shifted to the back burner and will very slowly get finished over time in between all the other projects. I'm not abandoning it because I really love the game, but there's a couple of things. One is the traffic for that game hasn't been that good. So my wife is the one who actually suggested you just need to shift it to the afternoon slots and just, if you only get 20 people showing up, oh well, stream it when you can and finish it slowly over time. So that's going to get booted to the back burner. Once I start Destiny 2, Destiny 2 will finish up. Theoretically, I should be able to do all the story content between the 15th and the 29th, which is when Tales of the Shire comes out. I finished most games that I play. There are a rare handful that I have not finished. Yes, I am a Gen Xer. Only farms? Dude, that's brilliant. We should I should start an only. I should talk to my brother and be like, dude, you want to go in? We'll start an only farms. It's just gonna be farmers and homesteaders and ranchers. Thanks for the sub over on Twitch, Veerlurk. I mean, I could do a PO box, I suppose. How dare I be a grown man enjoying video games? You're damn right. How dare I be a grown man playing video games? Yeah, unfortunately, the PO box still has a city. I would need to do a PO box far, far, far away from where I live, and I'm not willing to go drive somewhere just to pick up shit. Yeah, altars, unfortunately, they have yet to patch the things that I need them to patch, so... Like Expedition 33, I didn't finish because the story mode was broken. They patched the story mode last month, or this month. I don't have time to play it. Too busy. So Expedition 33, I might never finish. Altars, I might never finish. And those are games I moved on from because of bugs and issues, and it's unfortunate because I really liked those games. But generally speaking, I finish just about every game that I start. I think there's only... We were talking about this the other, like a couple weeks ago. Somebody asked me, are there games that you ever have stopped finishing because you don't like playing? And I think there's only been Monster Hunter Wilds, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. Those are the 3 games that I have stopped playing because I wasn't having fun. I think those, and in all my years of gaming, those are the only 3 that I've stopped playing because they weren't fun. And then this year I've added Expedition 33 and Altars, and the only reason I stopped those is because I have a schedule, and so it's like I can't wait for these small teams to spend 2 to 3 months patching their game. Like if it takes them 2 months to patch a fix in, I've already moved on. Like I have 3 games a month that I play, and I purchase the vast majority of my games. Like you'll know when I'm playing a sponsored game or a game where I've been provided with a key, because it'll say in the title and in the thumbnail, key provided by, sponsored by. So if you look, the vast majority of stuff I do, I pay for myself. It's a tax write-off. But yeah, I look at the games that I want to play. I schedule my next 5 months are already scheduled out. Like I could fit scheduled sponsored streams in there, but very limited because I already have a jam-packed schedule. All of July, all of August, September, October, November are already booked out entirely. So, and I get probably 150 offers of free keys every month. That's why I've laughed at the agencies who have come to me so far, because I've had some agencies approach me and be like, hey, would you like us to represent you? And it's like, well, what are you offering? Oh, we can get you free keys and
early access, and I'm like, I already get all of that without needing somebody to take 20% of the cut. Like, can you get me more sponsored streams? Can you get me more money for my sponsored streams? No? Then I'm not interested. Sorry. Like, I don't need somebody to get me free shit. I get free shit offered to me all the time. All right, I have a boatload. I have 350 duraluminum. Excuse me, aluminum. That's going to take like 4 hours to process all of that. So, where's my list? Because that's one thing I can scratch off the list because we just went and got it. So, we got some bushes. Why don't we go do... Let me run down to the other base because I know there's some crystals down there I can grab to make more duraluminum. And we'll take the Assault Thopter. Because that has an inventory mod on it. What I really want, and this is for anybody listening who might represent an agency, what I really want is someone who can get me either more sponsored streams, better paying sponsored streams, or I'm willing to trade for voiceover work, like Co Carnage has done. I would absolutely love to do voiceover work in video games. I'm willing to trade airtime. I just don't want to. I've already done pitch. I've pitched. Some people don't realize this. Like my previous jobs, I've pitched. I've raised millions of dollars to build an MMO. I've pitched for my travel brand. My wife and I were travel influencers and content creators. We had to pitch a lot to get all the trips that we got over the years. I don't want to pitch anymore. Like that's the only thing I would like an agency for is to do the pitching for me and land me the sponsored gigs, the speaking gigs, and the like the voiceover stuff. I don't need somebody to get me free copies of video games. That's boring. I do play lots of indie games on the channel, Ziveri. I don't know if, like, definitely check out the YouTube. Like, I play a lot of indie stuff in between AAA. I play lots of games. Like, indie stuff this year, Alters, Expedition 33, South of Midnight are 3 indie games that jump out into the spotlight. Solasta was an indie game. The Solasta 2 demo. For Owlcat just this year, I've covered Shadow of the Road and New Arc Line. Both of those are indie projects. Both of those are CRPGs. I do lots of indie. But I don't believe that indie is the savior of anything. That's why you will never hear me preaching that on my channel. And you will never see me only focusing on indie games. Because I play what I think looks fun. And I don't care if it's AAA or indie. Yeah, that's a hard habit to get them to break, Gustav. That's a very hard habit to get some people to break because they don't understand that working from home is it's a job. I have my 8-hour shift. You wouldn't call me if I was working in the office. Why are you calling me now? Like, what? Don't do that. Stop. You just have to establish boundaries. If I were you, I would put the phone on silent mode and stop answering. Talk to them on Saturdays and Sundays and be like, hey, I told you I can't talk to you during the week. I'm busy working. I'll get back to you in the evenings or on the weekends. Oh, there's a worm nearby because my controller is vibrating like a mother. Oh, surely I can get this big bitch in here. Oh my god. She did not want to fit. That's what she said. All right. What do we got in here? Granite, granite. Yeah, I'm gonna take the crystals back. I'll take what I could take. New drops are on the screen, Dreamwilder, up at the top left. Those are the new drops. Yeah, you got to establish boundaries, especially with like the previous generation, or if you have like people that live in your house who don't understand that, you got to establish boundaries. Like, just because I'm working from home does not mean I'm available 24/7 for you. Like, I'm working a job, I have a shift. Shut the door and lock it. That's the other way to do it, is like if you have an office, shut the door and lock it. I literally did that many years ago when I was not with Chris.
Sector weather alert.
Oh,
A
fuck.
large sandstorm is approaching.
Where is it approaching from? Seriously, where's it approaching from? Do I have time to get back to the other base? I do not know where that storm is. Oh, I bet I can get north of it. Cats will never understand. That's right. I remember there was a period of time where I went
Sector
and
weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
stayed with my parents. This is years and years and years ago. Stayed with my parents for a few months in between some trips, and they could not fathom that I was working. They didn't understand what I was doing working from home, so I just had to take a spare bedroom and just shut the door. Because if I tried to work out on the kitchen table, like, they couldn't stop doing this. And it was like, I can't interact with you right now. I'm busy. I think we're okay from the storm. Yeah, that's way over there. Cats will never understand. It's very true.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, I'm gonna be far away from that. You cannot fly above a sandstorm. Nope. And you cannot outrun one either. But you can fly around them if you have enough space, which is what I just did. But I was far enough out from it, I had a 3-minute warning, so. But if you get like a 1-minute warning, you're not getting away. Like, you just need to find a place to hunker down, like, now. out. I think we just the ass end just hit something. I think we're good. I think the story is awesome. I can't wait to see where they're gonna finish it. Like, we got a whole bunch of references to Chani and Stilgar, so we know we're meeting the Fremen at some point. And then, yeah, the assassin stuff. And then also, like, the marks and what's coming. I can't wait. The story for this game has been exceptionally well done so far. I think my wife is up. I'm going to have to duck out here in a second and go say hi to her, guys. Let me drop all this stuff off. And we've got a bunch of crystals, which we can use to make Durmanium here in a bit. Which I can mark that off of the list. So we got crystals for that. We can go do flower sand next, probably. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go say good morning to my wife. She thinks she wants pizza. No, sweetie, you don't like it. You've already tried it before. I know you just see me with food and she's like, can I have some? Yeah. No. You want to try another bite? You sure? No. That's what I thought. Go back to sleep. Okay, hang on. Here. Put a little bite on the floor. Here. She's gonna lick it. Is she actually gonna eat? Nope. She licked it and spit it out. She thinks she wants pizza, but she doesn't actually want pizza. Yeah. Now I gotta find a napkin and pick that up. Is the story gonna change when they drop the consoles? No. No, 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 no. They're just adding to the story, so the easiest thing I could think of is the way they did it with New World Eternum. So New World Eternum dropped a PC only launch. Well, New World when it was just New World. It was a PC only launched. They launched the game and several DLC over like 2 years. Then they came out with a console version, which was everything the PC version already had, plus some new stuff, which also got added to the PC editions. And then they launched that as New World Eternum, which was this entire massive cross-play enabled Xbox, PlayStation, PC game. So that's what I would imagine they will do, something along that line with Dune Awakening. They're adding to this game. They've already said they have story drops coming every 3 to 4 months alongside the DLCs. They have 4 DLCs already in the bag, so we have story drops for the next year. And sometime after that is when I anticipate we will see the console drop. And I will probably pick it up on the Xbox when it drops on the consoles and start a brand new character from scratch. We'll see where we're at by then. Favorite sci-fi writers? Roger Zelazny. Hands down, Roger Zelazny has been and will probably already be. Excuse me. I gotta rephrase. My brain is reading chat. Not Roger Zelazny has always been and will always, probably always be my favorite sci-fi author. Yeah, Diablo, you gotta keep up, man. Like they've been talking about this stuff for months on the Dune Awakening Discord. They've done AMAs. They've done all sorts of blog posts. All right, let's make like 300 low-grade lubes while we're sitting here. Let's make some industrial grade lubes. And let's go get some flour sand, which means I'm going to stick the inventory. Actually, you know what? Let's just take the salt thopter out. More importantly, Girl of Shadows, even more important than just paint up, it's like, don't get your information from Reddit. Like, go to the fucking source. Like, Funcom posts blog posts, they do AMAs, They have videos on their YouTube channel. They have an extremely active Discord. Like, anybody who isn't up to speed on Dune Awakening and is playing Dune, that's kind of like that's your own fault for not being up to speed on the game. Like, they have published so much information. As a matter of fact, it's almost information overload. So I can kind of get it if people can't stay on top of all the things. But what I mean by that statement is, if you're like trying to keep up with the game and you're going to the subreddit, that's not the source. That's not go to the source. Like, go to the source to get your information. Don't rely on me either, because I don't cover all their news. I cover some of the blog posts, but not 100% of them. I play a lot of other games, so it's like I can only do so much. Yeah, exactly. What I do is I'll do a condensed version of patch notes and stuff for the games that I'm actively playing, but you know, I can't keep up with every single. That's why these companies have communication managers, social media managers, public relation teams. Like, they have whole teams dedicated to communications. So I would highly urge people who want more information on everything that's coming in the pipeline for Dune Awakening. You can also find more information about the DLCs over on the Steam page for the game. Like, you can actually see what the DLCs are going to be, what the content of those DLCs is going to be. Like, for example, we know we're going to the polar ice caps at some point with one of the DLCs. Like, there's lots of great information out there if you want to keep up to speed. And somebody's got a badass base up there on top of that rock. That's cool. Well done. Oh, here's my favorite flower stand. Yeah, you only go to Reddit to get the latest Dune griefer info and crybabies. I should be able to land right here in the sand and not have any issues. Blanca has the zoomies. She's chasing her tail on the bed right now. Do you want to go out, honey? Oh, unfortunately, I am not in a good place to take you outside. No, you wait. I do have to take care of her, because she will do a naughty thing and go pee in the room if I don't pay attention to her. This used to be a guild base. I hope it still is, and it's not some asshole who's gonna box me into borrowing their landing pad. Okay. I need a haircut, guys. My wife keeps telling me, Sunday, Sunday, and we've passed like 3 Sundays. The flower sand patch disappeared. No, it didn't. I thought it was in front of that base. Dude, I can hear an angry worm out there somewhere. Also, if you go back, I did a Q&A with Joel and Ole. Oh man, it was like maybe a couple of weeks before launch. They did a creator Q&A, and I published a video on it. But they talk about like the 10-year plan for the story and some more juicy details. So those of you who want to dive in, like I said, you just gotta dig, man. There's a ton of information out there. Because one of my specific questions was, what's beyond Arrakis? Because if you read the books, there's a lot of stuff that happens way beyond Arrakis. Now, granted, they're not going off the book version, but that gives them this massive library of things to pull from. So it's good to know that they are looking at that and from a forward-facing perspective of saying, hey, yeah, we have at least a couple of years of content with just Arrakis. And then we can start looking at beyond Arrakis when we start getting into the, year 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of Dune Awakening. Honestly, this ought to be enough once I load up the Thopter. And then we can focus on... I think we'll go do a Haga Rift run next for crystals. We might eventually get off the planet where everything wants to kill us. I want to go to the capital planet, man. I want to go to the Sardaukar planet. Oh, there's the worm sign, so that's far enough out. How much do I have? Yeah, that's fine. That's plenty. Alright, back to the base to drop this off. And like I said, I think we can go do our Haga Basin run after this. Honestly, I could probably start parking this bad boy in the bay up top, but I haven't built my stairs yet, so. But I do have way more parking space up top. Instead of trying to back this bad boy in. This is supposed to be for the carrier once the carrier gets built. We're still a ways out from the carrier. Mega base for the win. I could stick the flower sand in this one. Okay. And now we can get to producing some silicone blocks. Let's just do 1,000 of them. All right. Yeah, let's see. Do I have enough to do any spice? I do not. Do I need to repair anything? Probably the belt. How am I doing on... Let's see here. I think we can do Hogga Basin. Flower sand. I need iron, but iron is not like high priority. Neither is the cobalt, but I do need crystals. So, which one of these chests? There it is. How many plant fibers do I have? 305. That's not enough. Before I go do Hogger Rift, really quick, we're gonna do a. I wonder if that's Bubblonia's. I'm not sure whose that is. But that's the cool part about having guild access is that anybody can roll in. I never take this thing out anymore. But occasionally it's nice because there's a really easy patch of plants this week that we can run up and grab, and this thing's far quicker to get up on top of and off of than the other vehicle. Just do a quick plant run. Dude, I would love elevators / lifts, man. That would make my base building dreams come true. Dude, I would rebuild that whole outside section of my base if we got elevators / lifts. 100%. Because I got this whole dark ass stairwell that comes down. And I would much rather that be an elevator. Alright, out of sheer curiosity, how long do these take to respawn? I'm gonna sit here and check. Because it might be easier just to sit here and wait for these to respawn. Because there's like 6 plants right here, and then I don't have to jump on, jump off, jump on, jump off. We can just hunker down for 5 minutes and grab whatever's here. It depends on how long it takes. We're already up over 30 seconds. If it's longer than a minute, it's not worth it. No, plants are not 45 minutes. Plants are pretty quick. There it is. That's like 45 seconds, I think. That was like 45 seconds. That's worth it. I'm gonna park the bike. We're just gonna hunker down here for a few minutes, guys, and grab those when they respawn. Cause I need some more of those. I don't want to have to run up and down the hill. I'm just gonna sit here and grab these over the next 5-10 minutes. Then we're gonna go back and do the Haga Rift. Yeah, the plants are really quick. Plants are like 45 seconds. T6 nodes are 45 minutes. These are not 45 minutes, by the way. That right there, that aluminum node, that's not 45 minutes. It's a few minutes. It might be 10. I don't know for sure. But I know I have harvested these, gone back to the base, dropped a bunch of stuff in the refiner, gone to Arakeen, checked the exchange, come back, and they were respawned, which was around 10 minutes to do all of that. So they're pretty quick. Only the T6 nodes take 45 minutes. Yep, drops are on, guys. Those are the drops for the week up there. Those started yesterday. We'll be able to claim those for the next month. Are there any other directly around here? Nah, just those. Wonder if there's any around the corner. No. There's a chest. If that's got EMF things in it. It does not. But I'll take the aluminum. I'll do one more, and then we can go back, and we'll get to the harvesting. Go down into the rift. God, I haven't been down in the rift in like a week, 10 days. It's been a while since I've needed cobalt paste. But Tier 6 production is about to start. That bell is creepy sounded, man. guarantee you there's a market for it, Pale Spider. Wrinkles and cream? You know somebody out there wants some of that. They want to watch you lather up those old wrinkled feet. Show me more, Grandpa. Show me more. I gotta admit though, I am looking forward to like creating a tier 6 bike eventually, because this is still the Mark III. I've never made, or Mark II, whatever bike this is. This is like the very basic starter bike that you, no, this is the Mark II. This is the second tier bike. Because I made the Mark I and then I made the Mark II and I never upgraded from the tier 2 bike. Alright, stash the goodies in the box. I don't need the probes or the probe device. And actually, let's grab these out of this box. This is the gear chest. Stick those down here. How am I doing on copper wire? Let's make some more really quick. Copper wire, no. Welding wire. 1, 2, 3. Yep. I'm right around the corner from Pinnacle. I loved the idea when I first came here. I saw that archway. I was like, I want my base to be right there so that when people come out of Pinnacle Station, they see a big ass Atreides base and go, ooh, what's that in the distance? And they go visit. And then they're like, oh shit, that's a player base? I didn't know you could build stuff like that. And then they get inspired to go do base building. And I chuckle to myself and go, prepare to spend hundreds of hours of your life in a video game, my child. My work here is complete. I have sucked another soul into the joys and despair of base building. Base building overload. Yeah, yesterday was our biggest stream day since the launch of Dune Awakening, and I attribute that to it was launch. You know, it's a new launch campaign for drops, so we had a bunch of people. But yeah, I had like at one point I think we had like 350 plus. I didn't actually see where it capped at on Twitch. I know we had 89 was our peak, because it doesn't show me the peak on Twitch like it does on YouTube. So YouTube, we peaked at 90 viewers, just 89 viewers yesterday. But we went over 350 yesterday. on Twitch, which is the biggest day we've had since the launch day of Dune Awakening, when I had like 700 people combined between YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, yesterday was a very good day, which was why my wife was like, you just need to play Dune Awakening today and not do Death Stranding to take advantage of the big numbers, because they're only going to be here for 2 or 3 days, and then people get their drops and they move up to other things. So it's like, all right, fair enough, baby. What honey wants, honey gets. She ain't stupid. She's like, go forth and make money while make hay while the sun shines. So probably no Death Stranding 2 today. Maybe not tomorrow. We'll see. Not when I get, there's a big difference between the audience there and the audience for this. All right, I have repaired that. I think we are good to take the buggy out. Do guilds have their own sub-fief? What do you mean by that? Not sure I understand the question. Do guilds have their own sub-fief, or do you use members' sub-fief? It's like, when I met you, I was but a crafter, but now I am a base builder. That's right. Whoever schedules calls instead of just sending emails is a monster. Dude, I don't answer my phone, Pale Spider. But I also don't have to work for anybody. But I like legit. And my brother and I communicate on WhatsApp. Which is just voice text messages and voicemails. Well, I still don't understand the question though, JK. Like, is he asking, are there guild-owned sub-fiefs? Or is it just a sub-fief that you turn into a guild base? Like, I need to understand the context of the question to answer. Because I didn't understand the question. Like, is he asking me personally, or... Because no, there aren't... Hang on. Spice Blow! I'll check chat in a minute. It's early, there might not be anybody going to get that, and I might not be able to see the blow. Where was it? I might be too late to see where the blow happened. Nope, we got it. There are no guild sub-fiefs in the game, so I have a sub-fief that is mine, and I have given guild members permission to use specific parts of the base. They have access to areas in the base. There are no guild sub-fiefs. There are only individual sub-fiefs, but there is a complex permissions system in the game where you can set up permissions for many different types of players. Friends, associates, co-owners, guild members. Where the hell is this blow? Dude, am I blind? There it is. Somebody already got it. Somebody else is out here. I was a little late on that one, so... Because I was downstairs, not, like, up with my ornithopter, so... It's alright. The guild is getting plenty of spice out in the deep desert, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least check when a spice blow goes off in the Haga Basin, and I'm near my ornithopter. Alright, we are off to the Haga Rift, I think. And then once we're done with that, we can go do some deep desert testing stations. And after that, probably some deep desert spice hunting for the guild. And then after that, some base building. A Mental Fracture just became a member over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Part of the ship, part of the crew. Part of the ship, part of the crew. One of us, one of us. Don't forget to check out the channel member videos over on YouTube. Do I feel like some parts of the exploration are lost me to get to? Are you kidding me? I didn't get my ornithopter. I spent 70 hours running around the Haga Basin. 70 hours before I got my ornithopter. I'm sorry. No, after 70 hours, I fucking earned this ornithopter. I earned every shred of every ounce of every drop of water and Durasteel and all the other things that went into the production of this ornithopter. Aluminum or whatever it was. No, I do not feel that it diminished. I put my time in hoofing it around the Haga Basin, driving a bike around, using my two buggies to mine over and over and over and over and over. No. Getting the ornithopter does not diminish exploration. It is a necessary tool for getting around the deep desert first and foremost. And you will spend dozens of hours of gameplay before you can even earn it here. So everybody who gets an ornithopter earns the ornithopter. And it makes you appreciate the quality of life progression. Yeah. It does not diminish anything. It is one of those quality of life progression tools that when you get it, it's like the angels call down from heaven and you can feel the light as it bathes your shoulders, the angelic choir. Oh. Hashtag I have made it. What's up, Babylonia? Good morning. Alright, down into the rift we go. Which I've not done in a long time. What? Hang on. I can't hear you, Chris. I can't hear you. What do you need? Do you need something? ¿Qué pasa? Pues estás aquí. Okay. More coffee is on the way, I've been told. This is the Atreides variant, correct? I did get the drops, yes. I went and watched Gray yesterday. We did a raid on his channel at the end of the stream, which was my first ever raid on Twitch even. And then I went and lurked on his channel for a couple of hours. Then I went and took a nap, and then I came back and I went and lurked on Bubblonia's chat for a while. And then I went to bed. Okay. It has been a while since I was down here. I don't remember where to go. God, the music down here. I haven't been down here in forever. This place, I bet I spent 30 hours down here during my initial playthrough. 30 or 40 hours down here just going back and forth on the frickin' bike, hauling crystals and ore out of here before I ever got to my buggy. And then I did another 20 hours on the buggy to get my ornithopter goodies. Alright, probably gonna have to jump off and kill some dudes. Hey guys! Oh no!
There's someone here. Enemy sighted.
Have fun with that. Come here. Come here. You know you want a piece of me, but you can't have it. Story of his life. Chasing her after a piece of ass he can't get. Hey, Bubbles, are you still here in chat? Didn't know if you ducked out for breakfast yet or something. Word of just a tip from last night. You're running. I noticed you're running the YouTube and the Twitch chat at the same time on your on-screen when you're streaming. And I don't know how much you care about Twitch, but as an FYI, I've seen like 6 people this week get dinged and yell about it on YouTube that they're getting banned on Twitch because they're showing the chat on their multi-stream. So you might want to turn off the chat window when you're streaming if you care about it. You're small enough that they might not come after you, but I've seen like 6 people on Twitter X this week getting yelled about getting caught for showing YouTube on the Twitch channel, like because you're not supposed to show the chats from other. It's a weird multi-streaming rule for Twitch. That's why I don't have chat on my screen, because they don't want you to show the chat from other sources. And I saw that you had like a spammer that dropped a link and it popped up, and you can see because it has through Streamlabs, it has the YouTube logo and the Twitch logo. So you want to just don't show any chat on your screen, because Twitch is coming after people for breaking the multi-streaming rules and banning their Twitch accounts. So to be safe, I don't use visible chat at all for that reason. Yeah, the whole if you read the rules, what they literally say is they don't want anybody taking the user out of the Twitch visual experience. So when someone is watching on Twitch, they only want people when you're watching through Twitch, they want that experience to be as if you were only watching on Twitch. So even if you are multi-streaming, you can't show any on-screen elements from other platforms, whether that be chat or like I can't show like if somebody does a super chat versus like a bits and cheers are on Twitch, super chats and super thanks are on YouTube. So I can't show the on-screen like celebration emotes when somebody does a super chat or something because Twitch says no, 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 no. You're not allowed to show non-Twitch content on the stream. So thanks for the gifted subs, Lex Thorne. Yeah, Twitch is owned by Amazon. Yep. What do you mean spammers though? Oh, spammers and scammers. Yeah, Bubbleoni, that's why I have my that's why both my chats are set to a minimum of 10 minutes before anyone's allowed to chat, and I don't permit links. So you have to go into your settings and you have to tell Twitch. Same thing with YouTube. You have to set the settings so that no one is allowed to share a link in chat. So I have that shit turned off 100%. No one can share links in my Twitch chat or my YouTube chat. And then everybody has a 10-minute wait limit on both sides, because even if you don't allow links, people will still come in and try to say things like, hey, love your channel, long-time viewer, first-time chatter, I do video editing, would you like me to do video editing for you? I do thumbnails, would you like me to do thumbnails for you? Even if you don't permit links, they'll still try to find a way to spam your channel. Bubbleoni, you've been around long enough. You just asked a question. You said, I'm probably dumb, but I don't even understand the point of buying viewers that don't chat. Do you remember that podcast I was on maybe 2.5, 3 years ago with a couple of other dudes? And one of the dudes on the podcast was a bald dude. I'm not going to mention a name. I'm just asking if you... I know you've been around for a while. I don't know if you remember that particular... They were also a part of our live stream D&D campaign that we did with our Unique World when we did the live stream campaign. Even if you don't remember them, this is a great story for people. So, a few years ago, there was a person that I knew through various other people, and he had a podcast. He was really big into Ashes of Creation. He had a podcast, and I joined the podcast for like about a year as one of the like guests, and then that individual also joined us as one of the characters in our live stream role-playing sessions. So, when we were doing the podcast, there were times when myself and the other individual who was involved in that podcast would look at we would look at the Twitch numbers and say to ourselves, there's like 350 people in chat, but only 10 people chatting. That feels kind of weird. But of course, we never said anything about it. Then, of course, you know, we all went our separate ways. And about a year ago, I remember just for shits and giggles, I went and looked that person up, and they were streaming Counter-Strike 2 on Twitch. And their Twitch channel, when I had known them, they had about 15,000 Twitch followers. And they had built that up since 2012. So he had spent like 7-8 years building up his Twitch channel up to 15,000 followers, doing it slowly and surely and legitimately. Then you know, like a year goes by, I go check his Twitch channel. Suddenly he's got 1.5 million followers on Twitch. And I'm like, how did he go from 15,000 to 1.5 million in the year that I haven't been watching his show? So then I go do some deep digging, and I see that in August of like 2023, he went from 15,000 followers to a million followers, and then like 3 months later, he jumped another 500,000, like a massive amount. And then I was like, he obviously bought his views, put it out of my mind. I got referred like a week ago. Did you know that so and so got caught buying views? And I was like, no, but I suspected he did because of that huge. So they went and showed me his accounts are gone. He got banned from Twitch. He deleted all of his social media. He deleted his YouTube channels. He deleted his social media accounts. He deleted every single shred of him ever existing on the internet. And he got caught view botting. Yeah, he bought his way from. And the shitty part is he had been doing it legitimately for like 7 or 8 years. Like he had worked his way up from 2012 up until 2020, whatever, you know, and had 15,000 legitimate followers. And that apparently wasn't enough, and so he tried to buy his way up. And the crazy thing was when I saw his stream like a year and a half ago, he had like 15,000 people watching. I was like, how do you go from like 300 people watching to 15,000 in a year, and how do you go from 15,000 to 1.5 million in a year? You had to have bought those, and I put it on my. And then sure enough, he did buy them. He got caught. His account got banned. When I was doing my digging the other day, oh yeah, there's Reddit threads all about him getting caught view botting and everything else. So it is a legit thing for some people, because if you can get away with gaming the system, even for a short amount of time, you can make a significant amount of money, enough that it's worth the risk for some people to do it, because you can make so much money from the ad revenue alone that it's worth the risk to some people. But I can promise you, if you want to do this for a living, it's not worth the risk. Especially if you want to work with legitimate companies, because they have the tools to see whether or not you are view botting or not. Engagement with your audience is way more important than total amounts of viewers. If you're wanting to work with brands, if you don't care about working with brands and you want to fuck everything up, then sure, go buy a bot. Go buy bot views. Go for it. But yeah, he got caught view botting, and he scrubbed his entire social media presence off the internet, like gone. Nothing like getting caught and then being so ashamed of getting caught that you run away and hide. Oh! I ran right over, but it didn't kill him. How did that happen? Yeah, I'm running the testing stations here in a bit. I'm finishing up the last of my harvesting runs right now. It is not worth it if you want to make a career out of it, correct. But that's been the same thing forever. Like I can remember back in the day when I was running influencer campaigns for the travel industry, and you'd be working with DMOs, and you would get these pitches. You would get these pitches from travel bloggers, right? And they'd be like, I have 75,000 followers on my Instagram account. I have 150,000 followers on my Facebook account or my Twitter account. But then as influencer managers, we have tools that allow us to look at your follower counts, and we can look at the engagement rates of your audience, and we can see, oh, you had a huge spike of 25,000 followers in this 3-month period of time. That looks incredibly sus. Let's dig into that a little bit more. We've got these 3 other tools that let us see exactly where those followers came from. Oh, a bunch of random email accounts that end in numbers and symbols. So you paid someone on Fiverr $15 to give you 10,000 followers, and they used their bot army of bot email accounts to create. It's so easy to see when you're working on the other side of the fence in management and you are actively using tools to look into these people. It's so easy to see when someone has purchased followers or purchased viewers. And that sort of shit, not only does it get you caught, it gets you banned from ever working with companies ever again. Because no one will work with you if you get caught doing that, ever. And believe me, the DMOs talk about that shit. Like, DMOs meaning destination organizations. Like, they tell their colleagues, hey, don't work with this person. They're a cheater. They're a liar. They will waste your money. Because those tourism agencies have limited funding, and they get their money from taxpayers. So it's like they have legitimate, like that money comes from somewhere, and it's not like it's an unlimited bucket of cash. Like they have budgets that they have to adhere to, and they have to pay attention to where that money goes. They are accountable for that money and where that money goes. And when you've got some asshole who's trying to cheat the system because they've purchased views or they've purchased followers. Did I need to go up? I may have missed the turn off there. I think I was supposed to go. No, we're here. Fraud is fraud, that's right. And you'll get blacklisted. So it's not worth it. But it's such a trip to me because I had heard about view bots and in streaming, and I'm not actively managing influencer campaigns anymore, so I haven't paid attention to that stuff for years. But then somebody I knew and worked with got caught doing it, and I was like, I'll be damned. The storage on the Assault is 1,000. The storage on the Scout is 500. So the Assault has a twice as big storage. Alright, that should be the end of my harvesting run for now. throw that into this chest. Viewbotting is definitely an issue, but it's everywhere. It's not just on Twitch. Viewbotting is a legitimate issue everywhere, and it's very difficult to combat because it with AI and other tools, it gets smarter and smarter every year. Cheaters will always try to find ways to game the system, always. And as those tools get more refined, it makes it more and more difficult for companies to fight against, and they have to increase their tools and fight against it. So it's always, cheaters are always going to be pushing the boundaries of what is or isn't acceptable. And so those cheaters and hackers and losers are always going to be pushing that forward boundary and finding ways to break the systems that exist. And so, is it a problem? It's always been a problem. Is it ever going to not be a problem? Nope. It will always, always, always be a problem. And every year, companies have to come up with new ways to fight those issues. And it's not just viewbotting. It's also like reviews for items on Amazon. You go into the review section, and you'll find all of these. It's very evident when something is a Fiverr review, right? Which is why, Amazon has continually worked to reinforce new rules for who is or isn't allowed to leave a review on a product. Because now you have to have a legitimate purchase of the product to leave a review, and it has to be tagged. You actually have to have that be attached to a real account, which has, identity checks in place. Like they're working hard to combat that sort of stuff so that people can't go to, because like one of the things that this is in the book, I can say this one because I've seen this before as well. In the book industry, if someone is a self-published author, what many self-published authors, well, I shouldn't say many, what some people will do is they'll take a book that they just released, and they'll say something like, okay, I want to get on the bestseller list, and I want to be like #1 on Amazon in this category. So I'm going to take my book, I'm going to drop it here, I'm going to have it as a pre-order, and what I'm going to do is if the book costs, let's say I put the book for $2.99 or whatever, or $5 or whatever. It doesn't matter what the cost of the book is. What you do is you go to Fiverr or some other place and you pay someone to buy a bunch of copies of the book. And they have a bunch of accounts that they have created which will go out there and buy copies of the book so that they can leave legitimate reviews. But you're paying them, and you are paying a premium. You are paying extra because you're paying them for their service. But essentially, you are buying your own copies of your book. You're buying copies of your book through a third party who is then going to leave reviews of that book and spike the sales of that book with a bunch of sales numbers in the algorithm and a bunch of 5-star reviews. The tools that Amazon uses are getting better and better and better at tracking that sort of shit so it doesn't happen, because that's gaming the system. That's trying to trick people into buying your book by telling them, my book's a bestseller. Look at that. Everyone's buying my book. You should buy my book. And then you convince 1,000 people to buy your book who would not have otherwise bought your book if it weren't on the bestseller list. But you cheated them by having a bunch of bots buy copies to get yourself on the bestseller list. So there's all sorts of tricks that people use. It's not just viewer bots and streaming. Yeah, Bubblenia says, make a schedule, stick to it, and be entertaining. Yep, record companies used to buy their own singles, so they make the charts. It's the same shtick, man. It's nothing new. People are always going to try to find ways to game the system and to cheat. Oh, Slacker says you mean the ones in the I won't have time to run the deep desert in the deep. Blah, blah, blah. I plan on trying to do that tomorrow or Sunday. tomorrow or Sunday, I will try to coordinate with guild members to run some of the deep desert testing stations that there's only one. It's out in E8 or whatever. Um, so this is funny to me. This company reached out yesterday. I'm not going to name the company, but I will say that there's a couple of other YouTubers I saw who covered this game recently. It's an indie RPG, and this is their tagline. It's a classic RPG of Gothic meets The Witcher, right? I'm not going to name the title or anything. They reached out the other day, like, here's a key. Would you please play your game on your stream? And I said, like I always do, unfortunately at this point in time, I don't have space for any free promotions. What's your budget for a sponsored stream or a sponsored campaign? And of course they wrote back that they don't have a budget, but these types of emails make me laugh. As the game is still in its playtest phase, we don't have any budget right now. If you're not interested in checking the game out, please feel free to ignore our email or share the key with someone you think you might be interested. Here's the thing though. If your game doesn't have a marketing budget, don't fucking reach out to try to have people play your game. Okay? If you don't have a marketing budget, don't be asking, because exposure doesn't pay my bills. I can't pay the rent with exposure. Like, I can't pay my electric bill or my internet bill with exposure. I have to have dollars or euro or pounds. I have to have real world currency. So if your company doesn't have a budget, then don't ask other people to promote it. But this is the type of shit I get. I get 150 of those a month. Which is why I was talking about the agency thing earlier. It's like, I don't need an agency to, like, what do you... Oh, I can get you free keys. Dude, I get offered free keys every day of the week. I love it too when they get all huffy. When you ask them for money and they get all huffy and they're, well, we don't have a budget. Then fuck off. I don't have the budget to play your game for free. Like, sorry. Alright. Let me get my list. Scratch that off. Yeah, they want you to come play a gig for free. Evo Box. Yeah. No, it's a ridiculous thing, man. Alright, we are done with crystals. Iron ore and cobalt. I honestly probably don't really need to stress about that too much. Let's see how much I have. Was it risky for me to jump into full-time content creation? Nope. Not at all. I already knew how to make it work because I'd been doing it for companies and clients for years. So I had 3 years of savings in the bank to cover my expenses. And I was profitable within a year and a half. So I beat my long-term projections by a year and a half. Every brand I've ever consulted on, every brand I've ever helped build has been profitable within the first 2 to 3 years. And I've been doing this for years before I started my own channel. So I gave myself a 3-year runway and said, I've got 3 years until I need to go look for client work again. And I've got, if you want to know more, I've got over on my YouTube channel, there's a channel member section of videos for channel members. And that's full of the entire journey since day one of our channel being monetized. I have done analytics reports and income reports, if not monthly, then on a quarterly basis. But we do 2 to 3 videos every month for channel members. A lot of those are the income reports and analytics. And I've talked about the journey all the way through. But I had 3 years of money in the savings, and within a year and a half, I was making enough money to pay the bills and put money in the savings. So I have been profitable since a year and a half into doing this full time, and I'm 3.5 years in now. But there was no risk for me because I already knew what it needed to take, and I was monetized when I made the decision. Like the day I got monetized, I told Chris, because I think it was January was when the last startup that I was working with got bought out by investors, and in January I got the call that my contract that I thought was being extended was in fact getting canceled because the investors wanted to go a different direction. And in February I got monetized. So I don't even think I was without work for like a month. And then I was just like, I'm not going back to doing freelancing. I'm just going to go all in on my own YouTube channel. All right, let's check over here. But yeah, all that journey stuff is tracked and detailed over on YouTube. I've got 160 iron ore. I honestly don't think I need any steel for the moment. Let's go ahead and load up the... Okay, those are all loaded up. What do I need to take to the deep desert? I need my heavy armor. Mendek, 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 Mendek. I've got one fuel cell. I know there's some spares at the guild base because I already took some out there. I don't need to repair. Dune email regards emotes. Put your fellow survivors at ease with a wave and thumbs up before inviting them into your death still. Alright, I think I can go to Arakeen and then off to the deep desert. Zaveri asks, is it better for you to have people subscribe or to get ad revenue? It all comes down, it's all the same thing at the end of the day, Zaveri. Some people can afford to contribute with subscriptions on Twitch and memberships on YouTube. Some people can't, and they can't afford it. Their budget doesn't allow for that. So at the end of the day, I don't care how a person contributes. If a person can only contribute by watching the streams, that's fair. If a person can contribute with subscriptions and memberships, go for it. There's also a Patreon page for people who want to do those types of things as well. But at the end of the day, the ad revenue makes up probably 80-85% of my revenue at the moment, and that's skewing. Last month it skewed a lot differently, but that's because Funcom ran that support a creator campaign for the launch of Dune. So June, I had like 400 subscriptions, like 400 new subscriptions on Twitch because of that campaign. I don't consider that a normal month. That month skewed way out of proportion because we had like 400 new people and gifted subs and all the other stuff. So last month, my revenue was skewed a lot higher from memberships and subscriptions, but most months, like 80% of my revenue is ad based, 20% is subscriptions and memberships and stuff. So it's all good to me. I mean, it's whatever people can afford to contribute. Some people contribute with view time, and simple people contribute with memberships and subscriptions. At the end of the day, it all counts. The only request I have, and it's the only thing I will fight back on, is when someone watches for free and bitches about having to watch an ad. I will always call those people out, because fuck you. You're watching for free and you're complaining about a commercial. Not around here. Like, that's the price of entry. The price of entry for you to watch for free is you get to watch ads from time to time. Don't want to watch the ads? Buy a subscription. It's that simple. But yeah, I don't have patience for the I want everything for free. But it's however people want to contribute. If you just want to have the stream on while you go do yard work, I don't give a shit. That works for me, man. That is a way to contribute. Go mow the yard, leave my stream on in the background for 2 hours while you do your yard work. I am 100% against ad blockers. Absolutely against ad blockers. Exactly, Gray. That's why we pay for YouTube Premium and Twitch Prime and all that other. Not Twitch Prime, Twitch Turbo, I think is what it's called. Netflix Premium, all that stuff. If you are eaten by a sandworm, you'll lose all of your items. Respect the sandworm. Thank you, honey. My coffee's ready, so I'm gonna get to Arakeen and go grab another cup of joe. Nothing is life. Yeah, exactly, David. There's always a price. Nothing in life is free. Thanks for the sub, Highlander X, over on Twitch. Appreciate the support. By the way, if any guild members want to go tag along, I'm about to go run some testing stations. No, MellerX. It's actually up to the streamers how many ads they run. Companies don't dictate that. Both YouTube and Twitch allow us as the content creators to adjust how many ads we run. So unless you're talking about like Netflix and stuff like that, and that's a different subject and that's something completely different. But in terms of streaming, we content creators are the ones who determine ad frequency on YouTube and Twitch. Absolutely, Zaveri. I get a percentage of all those. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, I don't think I need anything from here. I have ammo, I have water, I have everything's repaired. I think we are ready to do a deep desert testing station run. I'm gonna go get my coffee because my wife made more. I'll be right back. I've been told that whenever I want breakfast, I can have lentils and pork chops, which we had yesterday. And I got told yesterday to start researching because I've never cooked. Well, it's not that I have not cooked duck since. It's been a long time. So I got told she's going to butcher the first duck in August. So I got told yesterday I need to start figuring out how I want to cook the first duck. So I think she's butchering 3 ducks in August. 2 for her family members and 1 for us. And I got to figure out a good recipe for duck. JK, there's so many miracle cures that doctors just don't want you to know about, right? That is funny shit. So many miracle cures. Dude, I like that outfit. Where can I get that hat? Woo. You can't officially betray until you have officially allied yourself. So if you've just started the quest lines, Luasian, you haven't declared yet. It takes quite a while. You have to do quite a few quests for either side before you officially declare. And I don't think you can do a betrayal until you have officially declared. If Bubbaloni is in chat, he might know more because I know he just did the betrayal quests. I haven't actually done the betrayal quests to know exactly. Oh, I need to check Amazon too. I think I have an Amazon package coming. Let's see if they've left the city yet. I said, deep desert. Actually, let's do easy to hard. Let's start over here. By the way, can you zone in straight from here? No, it has to be one of these. Oh, there we go. I do declare. Thanks for the sub over on Twitch, Breton72. Okay. Well, I'm a chocolate Jesus. Alright, that coffee needs to cool down so I can take a swig. I am yawning like a crazy man. What we gonna get today? Schematic run, kids. Yes, you have to choose Savage or Fracture. Sorry, a mental fracture. You have to choose between the booster well, hang on a second. On the Scout Thopter, you have to choose between storage or speed. It's a choice. On the Assault Thopter, you can have a booster and storage, and it's a decision between storage or a missile launcher. I will never, ever, 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 never, ever, ever, ever do PvP. So for me, I will always have an inventory slot on my Assault Thopter because I don't need missile launchers. Now, in terms of inventory versus boost, it depends on what I need my Scout Thopter for. Right now, I am only coming out here to get schematics from these testing stations, so I don't need a lot of storage space because I'm not picking a lot of shit up. But if I were to go out into the deep desert specifically to hunt down spice, or if I'm going to go do a mining run, I'm going to put an inventory slot on my Scout Thopter because I'm going to need that to run around with. And I much prefer, I don't really take the Assault Thopter out unless we're doing something with a guild group. So I don't really use the Assault Thopter that much unless I'm specifically going after, like earlier today I went and got flower sand, and it was more convenient for me to just take the Assault Thopter than to switch out the inventory for the boost since I was at my home base. So I just grabbed the Assault Thopter and went and did my flower sand run. I'm still using Thurfer's Best. I have not found a better. Oh, I need coffee. I have not found a better one, so I still use Thurfer's Best. And I have an extra in storage, and I have the schematic, so I'll probably be using this for a very long time. Another one out here somewhere. Or not. Oh, there's the thumper stick. That thing sells for a nice chunk of change, so we'll be able to sell that. And out the door I went. The Shiga wire is useful for so many things, so yep, I still keep that one on my... Works great for stuns, works great for traversal. I know someone mentioned that the Landsraad weapon vendor had something really cool, but they haven't. That hasn't dropped on my server yet. The Dune gun, some sort of Dune sniper, Dune, like I think it was literally called the Dune Walker or something like that, sniper rifle. Someone mentioned it in chat the other day, but it's from the Landsraad vendor, and we haven't had that on our server yet. So it's a Plastinium tier sniper rifle. Dune Watcher, that's the name of it. So at some point, if we ever get the Landsraad weapons vendor, I will definitely buy it. I did, because we have the tool vendor for Atreides right now. I did buy the tier 6 compactor, I think is what it was. Where would that be? Is that water? No, that's fuck, what is that under? I don't remember. It's gonna be, hang on, it's gonna be uniques. It's this one right here. This right here. Here it is. The Compact Compactor Mark 6. So I at least bought that from the tier 6 Landsraad vendor. Yesterday? Can't make it yet, but I have the recipe. So whenever we get the recipe, whenever we get the weapon vendor, the compactor, that's the one. And technically, I could probably start contributing. I don't know that we've claimed... I don't know. I haven't done any Landsraad stuff. I need to actually investigate like how to start contributing to the Landsraad. Because there's like... I think I could be contributing. I just don't know how to do that yet. But there's like... Like, I haven't looked into, like, how to do contributions and stuff. Because at some point, I could start doing this kind of stuff. Like... Yeah, so that'll be the next step of my journey is going to be figuring out how to contribute to the Landsraad. And at some point, I know we as a guild will start claiming things on the Landsraad. But we're just getting going with our deep desert base. So that's the priority right now, is getting our tier 6 production in place. Another player, another player. That's the Rattler. Yep, that thing sells for a chunk of change. It's a good run so far. Yeah, Blackthorn's been putting in some hours out there in the deep desert. So is Howie. Howie and Blackthorn together. I know Jen has done some stuff too, but Howie and Blackthorn together have done some serious deep desert time. Those guys are putting in the hours. Wait, Hidden Sector? Where's this? Hidden Sector is because I'm running streamer mode so that you can't see where I'm at. You don't know what server I'm on, what siege I'm on, what zone I'm in. Although, if you know the A zones, if you know the A quadrants, it's pretty easy to know where I'm at. Streamer mode for the win. Hides my schnizzle. You can't gank me. That's the beautiful part of it. Also, I don't ever do PvP, so it would be impossible to gank me in the first place. Because I don't do that shit. I'm a PvE only player. "100% Care Bear represent! Woo, woo, woo!" Care Bears, shout out. Makes it pretty hard for people to stream snipe me, because I love it. Funcom knew what they were doing when they added a streamer mode. The only downside is I can't listen to the communicate like podcasts and in-game radio shows, which adds that Fallout level of immersion that I don't get to participate in because I can't. It turns that stuff off automatically. That's right. It's story mode Dune. I love it. Nobody attacks me when I'm gathering spice because I don't go into the PvP zones. Did you not hear me the first time? I don't do PvP. I don't go into the PvP zone. Like, I'm 300 hours into the game. Not once have I ever done PvP, nor will I ever do PvP. I shouldn't say never. I may eventually go out there with a guild group just for funsies. But I harvest spice in the PvE sections. You don't have to go to the PvP. Anybody who tells you that you have to do PvP in this game is full of shit. Play your own game, Chupacabra. You play your game, I play mine. That's right, I do me, you do you. You can take your...
But it goes so slow when you only gather in the PvPs and PvE zones. You're so slow. You're so slow. Why are you playing so slow? It's more efficient if you play the way I play the game. I want you to play the way I want to play the game.
Fuck off. I'm not here to play fast, brah. I'm here to play my way. And on my channel, it's my way or the highway. Yeah, I think Blackthorn City got jumped doing one of the shipwrecks yesterday or the day before above Millennium. But those are, those are PvP zones, so I think you go in there expecting that one day you might get jumped. You remember in Empire Strikes Back when the Empire is rolling up to Hoth, and you've got the Admiral, and he's on the bridge of the ship, and they talk like the transport ship is coming, and he's like, "Good, our first catch of the day." Every single time I see a bitchy little troll in my chat, I literally turn and I'm like, "Our first catch of the day." It's like every time I get a troll, that's literally who I picture in my head is the Admiral of that Imperial Star Destroyer. Our first catch of the day. It's like, how dare you play the game the way you want to play it? I'm gonna come here and bitch on your channel that you're not doing it in the way that I play, because your way isn't efficient, and you're a fucking baby whitey Care Bear bitch. How dare you? Oh, you don't participate in PvP? What a pussy. You're doing it so slow, bro. So slow. Oh. Ooh, drill shot. I can't dodge. I'm out of stamina. This bitch does not want to die. That drill shot got me. I could use my prescience. God damn, how many drill shots can Sheaf do? So the huge difference I've noticed in the I might have to try to parry. Not on my watch, bitch. Yep, I don't care about the exclusive rewards that I'm not going to get from not participating in PvP because I don't give a shit about the PvP rewards. How many times do I have to repeat the same phrase over and over? I do not give a shit. I do not give a shit. I do not give a shit about PvP.
But Renfail, it's a PvP game. It's PvP game. Why you're not playing PvP?
The whole, like, the Landsraad is literally like 95% PvE activities. And these little triggered PvP trolls are like, yeah, but you're not playing the game. You're not coming into my zone. I want to be able to gank you. Why aren't you playing PvP, Renfail? Best part about Dune Awakening, in my mind, is the fact that I don't have to go do PvP. I get to play my way. The second coolest thing about this game, which I was not anticipating, was that it doesn't have a monthly sub. I was genuinely surprised when they launched it as a subless, subscriptionless game. I was like, damn! Funcom's going balls out. Sweaty people want others to sweat with them. That's generally what it comes down to. Spice is good for you. Go get some more. It's just what the dealers want you to think. Rogue66 says, you're afraid to go to PvP. Sure, buddy. I'm afraid. That's why I don't go to PvP. Yep, that's exactly why I don't go. I'm afraid. That's right. I'm a pussy Care Bear. I'm a Care Bear pussy. That's exactly why I don't go to PvP. That's exactly what it is. I salute you, sir. You have seen through the illusion. You have figured out my secret. I'm a big fucking pussy, and I don't want to go to PvP because I'm scared. Got me, bro. Got me. You figured it out. Ask me as if I'm a spice cop. The spice cop. The spice police. Yeah, Hector, the kids are home from school. I know, Bubblini. Why do they always have edgelord names with 666 in them? Or, yeah. It's the mama's kids. They're living in their mom's basement. They're home from school. It's Friday. Same shit every weekend. Or bro. Something like 666 or bro in the title. I always forget where this one's at. There it is. Do you need any spice? First one's free. I love this music. Oh, I should make my new handle Care Bear Bro. I can dig it. I am no longer Renfail. I am now known as Care Bear Bro. Care Bear Bro 666. Oh, in favor of our bro 666. My favorite part is the PvP. The edgelords think that they're gonna somehow goad me into doing PvP by trash talking in Twitch. It's like, bitch, I make money on the internet playing video games. Like, does trash talking actually work? Like, are we in are we in grade school, high school? Like, I feel like only kids who have never touched a woman before respond to trash talking. Like, you've never known the touch of another human being, and so that's why you're like, I'm gonna trash talk. That's what you do when you live in your mom's basement. The only thing you know how to do is trash talk from the safety of your computer screen in your mom's basement, because she's bringing you Cheetos. You got your little cheesy fingers tapping away on your keyboard. I'm gonna convince this guy to come do PvP. Good luck with that.
Enemy uncovered.
Task progress registered. Oh, these count towards something. What am I progressing towards? Hey, hang on. What task am I progressing on? Apparently, somebody has an Atreides claimed task where killing things counts. I need to know. Is it scavengers? No, I need to look. Does it say? Does it tell you what your personal contribution is if you haven't hit the minimum number? Because I would love to know what I was just contributing towards. Because when I killed that mob, it gave me a credit. But I don't know what it was for. Oh, there it is, right there. Kill Atreides house troops. Okay. Interesting. Excuse me, I've never, I think this is the first time. And I think it's because this is the first time our guild is actually, you know, we officially, like, allied ourselves this past week. And so this cycle... Huh. Interesting. Learn something new every day. Huh. I'm murdering my own kind. Unintentionally. Yes, that was the big change last week's patch, is being able to contribute after something has been claimed or after it's been completed as well. Oops, I went the wrong way. Which is awesome. There's a whole bunch of flower sand in my guild base, in the base if you need it, Babylonia. There's like 1,000 going, and then there's like another 2,000 if you need to grab some. So I got lots of that flower sand if you need some, bro. Could take a hit. Da, 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 da. Bubble says, I was 13 once. I was chasing girls at the beach, but hey, you do you. How offended I feel? No, Rogue 666. You're just paying my bills right now. You're what we call free engagement. When you come to my channel, you can contribute to my views. You're watching my ads. You're pushing me up in the algorithm. And you are my food. I'm like a cat that plays with its prey. You're here making me money. You're my little bitch in my world. So I will engage with you at my amusement, at my leisure, and at the benefit of my bling. So keep on keeping on. The Dune Walker rifle, yeah, J Deal. It's not on my server yet. We only have the Landsraad tools to speak. Not the Landsraad weapons. Right. I think there's one more, or is it the last one? Oh no, there's definitely a couple more over here. I think there's two more, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's right, JK. Entertaining us. That's what he's here for. He is our entertainment. Free entertainment from the basement dwelling trolls.
Mom, I need some more Cheetos. Renfail's being mean to me on the internet.
I still have yet to see the granddaddy worm, but I don't go out into the deep desert, so I shouldn't say the deep, deep desert. 'Cause I'm a Care Bear baby, rocking my PvE testing stations. Care Bear baby, triggering the PvP ganker bitches with my Care Bear wheelies. We're gonna have to write an AI PvE Care Bear song now. Yeah, I've seen a couple videos, JK. It looks pretty awesome. I think at some point the guild does want to move out and try a spice blow, so I think 3, 4, 5 months down the road we'll probably go out there and try it. The funniest thing to me too is like if you did any research on my channel or the games that I play, I have like 9,000 videos on YouTube, right? Like 99% of the games I play are single player games. And out of the MMOs that I played over the years, it's Lord of the Rings Online, Star Wars: Old Republic, primarily, all of which are PvE, solo story. I am a solo story RPG player. The fact that some basement drilling troll is like, I'm in your PvP, man. Yeah, tell us you don't know anything about the audience without telling us you don't know anything about the audience. That's right, Rogue WE666. You keep on chatting, buddy. You're trying so hard. But yeah, like Trickerfer says, you're just face planting over and over. It's awesome. And you're just sitting here making my paycheck for me, contributing to my bank account. Keep it up. Free engagement, buddy. Love it. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I know Howie's been doing a lot of the PvE pack, like rat. Howie's been going in and out, in and out, in and out. Do, 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 do. you're the one I really want to burn down first. Where's that sword? What is today? Today's Friday? Definitely need to run some more of these. I didn't realize I was getting contributions to Landsraad activities with these, so definitely need to come out here and do some more of these. I hear him. Where is he at? There is someone here. Where are you at? Here, this is my favorite. Haha, you're so obvious. He doesn't even know how to spell. You're like reading an open book. Ha ha ha. Good luck with your 2-cent earnings. Tell us you don't understand how simple math works without telling us you don't know how simple math works. Because you know what happens is that every single day, those cents add up. Like, do you not know simple math? Did you not? Oh, that's right. You're not out of grade school yet. You're still living in your mom's basement. We forgot. So, cents add up to other cents, and they add together and they create dollars. And those dollars get deposited into my bank account. And that's how I make a living playing video games on the internet while you're still down in your mom's basement eating Cheetos and rage typing on your keyboard. And when you have 9,000 videos on YouTube, 2 cents a day for every video, it starts to add up to some pretty big dollars. But dollars are hard for you to understand because you're still living in your mom's basement in grade school. But don't worry, you'll get there one day. You'll understand math. They'll teach you how to do math at school. Don't worry, you'll get there. That's because the Twitch audience is pretty big today, Tombs. So we're getting a few more trolls on Twitch than YouTube today because we're a little bit bigger over there. And I'm not banning anybody yet because we're having too much fun playing with our food and getting free engagement out of them. Oh, I can't open that door. I wonder if we have... I wonder if we have the engagement. No, I can take and pick that up. Huh. Okay, down we go. That's right, Gray. He waited 10 minutes to say it. It's like, you have to wait 10 minutes before you can type in chat. So it's like, I got you either way. I got you for 10 minutes contributing to my ad revenue. I got you for longer if you're sticking around to keep typing silly stuff in chat. Chump, that's right, Asgold. Chump change turns into dollars. Dollars buy livelihood. And buy the things that trolls will never be able to afford because they'll never move out of their mom's basement.
Identify yourself.
I don't want to identify myself. The only thing you need to know is I come bearing gifts, the gifts of a head dart. Ba-jam! Bad haircuts and packets of Cheetos. That's right. That's the only thing basement-dwelling trolls have to boast of. Cheeto dust on their fingers and bowl haircuts. Alright, this room may kick my butt, so ah, crap, we got this. Oh shit. Move, 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 move. Oh, she got me. And I'm stuck. Oh, I hate that when he gets stuck. Alright. Revive, revive, revive. This will be fun. Get me out of the corner. I hate it when you get stuck in that. Alright. Timer. Alright, you're down. Those are the ones that are a pain in my butt when they get up on you. I always hate this room. You smell that? Cheeto dust. Oh, back away, back away.
An enemy approaches.
Got you, bitch. Alright. Ooh. What is that? Takwa's double. I don't know that I have ever seen that one. It fires double shot bursts. Have I already memorized that? I don't use pistols, but I'm curious. Hang on, what's this? Way of the Desert. No. I don't think I've seen that one before. Interesting. That's right, I'm turning Cheeto dust into bank account gold. I think his mom might have called him because he seems to have disappeared. He railed and bailed. Mommy said he had to go do chores. Man, I do not know what my wife is cooking, but it smells delicious. It smells like hash browns. I know she said there was lentils from yesterday I could have for breakfast. So at some point here, pretty soon, we're going to move on to the mukbang ASMR portion of the stream. Matter of fact, we'll probably do that when I get back to when I get to the guild base here. I'll probably go grab my breakfast. I think we got one more testing station to run, and then I'll go get more coffee and get my brekkie back. Yeah, I'm over here. The most precious substance in the universe is Cheeto dust. Streamers use it to boost their bank accounts. That's right. Like sand in the hourglass. Alright, let's see what we get here today. I got some goodies for this exchange. And we're going into the weekend, which is always a good time to sell goodies. Oh, we may be... If I run, I might be able to beat the respawn. Nope, never mind. They're up. Where did you go? Oh, fuck you. There are some static drops in here, but also things that change every week. So like the Saturnine still suit, that's a static drop that's always in here. I missed the shot. Like the industrial compactor, I think I've gotten like 4 or 5 times now. So some things are static, some things are not. Somewhere, where's he at? Ow! I needed to reload. Ding-a-ling-a-ling! Well, I'm going to definitely want to run these again today because I didn't realize I was getting contribution to a Landsraad activity. How many do you have to get to the minimum? 700? I'm already up to 460. So if I run those one more time and I get kills on all of those, I'll have what I need to get to the minimum, which would be 10,000. But then you get a helmet. How many days do we have left? We have until Monday night, right? Or is it until Sunday when the vote ends? I think it's Sunday night when the vote ends. So I've got 2 more days to do. I could easily contribute. What do we get out of that? What's a cauterizer? There's a light swatch. That's 14,000 though. That's a fucking lot, man. But the helmet. What's the Archeronian helmet? Like, I need to know more. I'm inadvertently contributing. All right, grabbed that. All anybody has to do is pay attention to any live service game based in a big IP, Star Wars: Old Republic, Lord of the Rings Online. Both of those games still maintain a player base of 150,000-ish players that still play the game. Lord of the Rings Online has been out for 18 years. Star Wars: Old Republic has been out for 15 years. Both of those games are still going strong. This game is exactly the same as those games. So, yeah, I am just like, it's gonna fail after the first month if Funcom doesn't do exactly what I want to fix the game that I say is broken because I want to only do ganking and PvP griefing. Yeah, okay. Bye. Games that are based on big IPs will always exist because they have enough players excited about the even Star Wars. Star Trek Online, which is not a good game in many ways. It is a fun game. I've played lots of Star Trek Online. The ship combat is fun, but like the ground combat is dog shit. The graphics are absolute dog shit, and it still maintains a big enough of a player base to continue pumping out new content year after year after year, and to keep going. It's not the biggest game, but it maintains a loyal, steady audience of players. So when you have a big IP, yes, there will always be people playing those games. That's right, JK. I didn't know I was contributing. I don't know how to claim rewards or anything. But if I get ganked, they're all cheaters, man. It had nothing to do with player skill. It was because they were cheaters. They were hackers. Alright, back to Arakeen to stick this stuff on the broker. And then go check with my wife about breakfast. And somebody says, mental fractures, you have to go talk to that house representative, so you have to find out who they are and speak to them. Oh, so I probably need to do that now, since I know that I'm actively contributing to that. So that I can look up where they're at, so I know where to go. When do you go check in? Is it on Monday morning, or is it on Tuesday morning? Like, when do you actually know that you can... I've not done Landsraad stuff, so I have no clue. I'm going to look that up so I know who I need to talk to. You can do it any time that you meet any contribution goal. Well, is there a limit after the week's Landsraad is over? How long do you have, like, because there's a time when this week has ended and the next week is starting. Like, isn't there a limit of when you can contribute? Like, when you can go claim your reward? That's my question. Oh, so you went and got your rewards immediately. It's until the Coriolis Storm resets, but not positive? Okay. I'm assuming if the Landsraad vote ends on Sunday nights, but the Coriolis Storm happens on Tuesday morning, you have all of Monday to claim your rewards. That's what I would assume. Right, I'm assuming you have all day Monday to make your claim, because once the Coriolis Storm resets, you're in a new cycle, and I would assume that you can't claim last week, so, you know, you have to be actively paying attention, I would assume. But I don't know. Alright, that guy's armor set looks pretty cool. That helmet is... What is that helmet? I needs to know, man. How do I... It says inspect. But it's not actually letting me inspect his gear. Never mind. Oh, hang on. I am contributing to House Verada. House... I have no idea where they are. We'll have to look that up. Earths over on Twitch says, I watched a video this morning where last week's awards can be claimed after the reset. Just have to visit the proper house rep. That would be interesting if that's true. I need to check that out. What did somebody drop on the floor? Oh, a construction tool. Hey, Starwind! I know who this is. I know who you are! Holy shit! That schematic is going for 95k. Very cool. Well, we're gonna sell it for 85. The rattle's down to like 18K. I sold one for 75,000 the other day, but they're apparently flooded the market now. We have the fighter. All right. Okay, that's done. That's done. Let me go check with my wife about breakfast, get another cup of coffee, take a bio, all that stuff. Then I'm gonna go drop off this stuff at the base, and then I think we're gonna head back into the deep desert and look for spice blows. Maybe. Oh, somebody said, hang on, before they did. It's in Arakeen at the Imperial Consulate, which is House Verota Representative. Thank you for that. Let's go check that out. I've never done any Landsraad stuff. So the other thing I probably need to do is I probably need to run around and find every single representative that's in the game so that I can get them all unlocked. So that when the Landsraad is happening, I have spoken to them and can thus contribute.
Greetings. I trust I need no introduction.
Now, I haven't hit any minimums, so she probably doesn't have anything to say to
the
me.
words of Haldor Desio. We are the musician kings and queens. Our voices cause even the mute vacuum of space to quake.
I like her speech.
From our beauteous homeworld of Chusuk, we cultivate an oasis for the arts, culture, and learning. Our history is relatively short, yet grand. Our founder, Francesco Verota, raised us from humble instrument makers to a minor house under Padishah Emperor Almarak III. We arrested the Siridar earldom of Chusuk from House Mandevald in the 9th millennium. We seized the day. We charmed destiny itself.
Well, your contribution to the arts is notable, but there is more to ruling.
Mistake us not for erudite peacocks. We enjoy a history of glorious military and economic accomplishment. We simply have the skill to sing it.
Ooh, there's nothing wrong with bragging when you are good at something, as long as you're not arrogant about it. But take pride in your work. When you're good at something, let people know. Put them in their place when needed.
You may tell your chums that you have met a god. For you
However,
have been in the presence of Haldor Desio.
that is over the line. That's a little bit over the top right there. That's when the arrogance has got to your head.
Heresy? Is it possible, however astoundingly improbable, that you have not heard the name of the legendary Haldor Desio?
Yeah, she definitely talks like a bard.
Acclaimed leggero tenor, beloved raconteur.
By the way, that's a great band, the
A name
Raconteurs.
both whispered in hushed reverence and shouted in exalted joy as the crowd begs for another encore. Come now, I am the poet laureate of the known universe.
I thought you were an agent of the Landsraad envoys of House Verota.
A person can be more than one thing. I myself am a multitude.
I love her dialogue. That was awesome. That was great. Alright, I'll be right back, everybody. I'm gonna check on breakfast, get some more coffee. All right. Breakfast will be served momentarily. Chris had to duck out and go get tortillas from the corner store because there are none left. Howie says, just went to F6. Holy Christ, the titanium. That's awesome. Speaking of which, we will head out to the guild base here in a bit. Do I need anything while I'm here? No. But I am going to want to go get my still suit. Let's spend the rest of my points that I don't have any. Alright, I think that is 100% of the vehicle line purchased. 100%, nope. 100% of that line. Construction line. I have 100% of the construction line. The weapons line is going to be the one that takes me the longest probably to fill up. Right, salvage is 100%. Yeah. Okay, so really the only thing I have left to spend points on is weapons, to unlock all the weapons from tier 1 through tier 6. Like, that'll be the only thing to continue spending points on. Otherwise, I have everything else unlocked 100%. Alright. I don't need heavy armor unless I'm going into deep deserts testing stations, so I use my still suit for like everything. Harvesting, crafting, building. I only put heavy armor on when I go run testing stations, and I have a leader John that I use when I need it, but otherwise I prefer the still suit because this is Dune, and the whole point of having a still suit is the desert is dangerous and you need a still suit. I would not be a true Fremen friend if I didn't use a still suit. Alright, back to Haga Basin. Drop this stuff off at the base, switch out for my still suit. I don't ever go into PvP territory, so I have no reason to use heavy armor. Like, the only reason I would ever need heavy armor is because I'm going in to do a testing station. That's the same reason I will never put missile launchers on my assault thopter. Why would I need them? I'm never doing PvP. Same reason I will also never upgrade my ornithopter body, because it's just armor. Why would I put Mark 5 or Mark 6 body parts on my thopter? Wings and engine, yes, because it's more speed. But body? Why? It's just more armor. Now, maybe when I have nothing else to spend my resources on. Yes, I was talking about this morning. They will never add loadouts. I'm going to jump on that real quick. They will never add loadouts. Joel has mentioned that multiple times. They are never, ever, ever going to be adding loadouts to Dune Awakening. The same reason why they will never give you more inventory space for your character. They want you to be conscious about what you're going to do before you go and do it, and you take the appropriate gear with you. You wear what you're going to wear. You have the skills that you need. There will never be loadouts in the game. They have said they're going to be adding more active ability slots. So right now you only have 3 ability slots that you can use. They have said they're going to be adding more ability slots to the game, so you'll be able to have more active abilities, but you will never be able to have loadouts for gear and weapons, or for skills for that matter. And inventory will always be tied to your vehicles. So tiers of inventory, it is a survival crap. So yeah, that's one of those things where asking for loadouts is it's never gonna happen. They're very strict on that anti loadout stance. Where's my... Okay, that's good. Alright, those are still going. That cleared my inventory up. I have some more pieces I can stick in the boxes here. Oh, I think I just crashed the game. I found a bug. Oh no, it went. It just like hiccuped when I was trying to stash stuff in that box. It was like, hurrah! Exception. Error. Okay. Where's my still suit? Saturnine. Do, 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 do. And to be honest with you, I should probably grab the... I gotta remember what chest it's in. Nope. I do not remember what chest. No, that's the sand bike. Which one has... I never remember. It's this one right here. Thank you very much. Scout Doctor Storage. Because if we're going to go looking for spice, I'm going to want to switch out my thrusters. I may have inadvertently killed my my beat up old never mind. It's equipped. I was like, where did it go? Storage, please. And then because you force me to recolor it every single time, please customize swatches. Sunset Global die. Thank you. Alright, stash that back in the box. Okay. Dude, I have another 140,000 credits in here. Let's take these 100 grand back to the Arakeen. Do I have everything before I head to the desert? Yes. $200 spice melange? Holy crap. That's an impressive bribe. That's lost, boss. Alright, Arakeen first, drop this money off in the bank, and then Deep Desert. Really looking forward to next week, because next week we're going to have our... I think we have enough already to do the Tier 6 Vehicle Fabricator, Advanced Vehicle Fabricator, and then after that it's going to be... We might have enough to do the Advanced Vehicle Fabricator and the T6 Advanced. But I got to set up circuits next week. That'll be something I have to actually learn how to do. Because those 4 storage chests that I have set up for the guild are going to have to be linked to the Tier 6 production facilities, and I haven't figured out circuits yet, so I got to go watch some videos on circuits and then set that up. That way guild members can come in and use those facilities and only use from the guild storage and not my personal storage. And I know Barbarossa has posted a link a couple of times, and I've got that video bookmarked. And it's finally time for me to go watch it and learn how to do circuits. Did I sell anything while we were out? Probably not, but I'll check just in case. Nope.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
I would like to deposit Solaris.
How much Solaris would you like to deposit?
I would like to deposit all of my Solaris, which is 100,000 Solaris.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit?
That's
or
weird. So
withdraw
it
Solaris?
deposited, but there's no like on-screen notification that you have deposited. Or if there was, I didn't see it. I was like, wait, did it actually deposit? Hurry! Out to the desert we go! Time to play Desert Rat and look for spice. Oh, Jesus, you scared the crap out of me. Okay. Y una vitamina, por favor. Before we go anywhere, however, my breakfast... Actually, that's really hot. I might let that sit for a minute before we eat. I need to place this somewhere. Let's move that around. Lentils with pork chops, grilled pork chops, and a couple of fried eggs for my chickens. Quack, quack. Let me go to the guild base, and by the time I get to the guild base, that should be cooled off, and I can eat. She is bringing tortillas and my vitamins. And then we're going to move over to the mukbang ASMR portion of the stream. And those of you who have issues with me eating on stream can mute the microphone and go take a bio. And the rest of you can sit here and enjoy my wife's delicious cooking. Thank you.
Give us all.
Thank you, honey. Appreciate your breakfast. Where'd you get that shirt?
Cuando fui a Cusco,
Yo no vi esta camisa.
no, la compré hace unos.
Bueno, gracias. Defiance was a great show for sure. Matter of fact, the Defiance MMO is up and running again. Is JK here? JK, I haven't tried it yet. I meant to try it, but I was waiting for them to stabilize it. I'm pretty sure JK was playing it. It might be time. We might. It's been a couple of months since they relaunched it. It might be time to. They may have gotten past the launch hiccups and have it stable enough that it's worth going and checking out. I did want to check it out. I loved the TV show on the Sci-Fi Channel, but I never played the MMO. JK says I am playing it. How are things these days, stability wise? Pretty stable now? Alright, let me put that on my list to actually look at this weekend, if I get a chance this weekend. No, an independent company bought the rights from... Fuck, I forget who owns it right now. And they relaunched it like 2 months ago. I've got a news blast on YouTube from when they announced it. Fox is the company, yeah. So they relaunched the launch version of the game, not the updated version. They bought the rights and they relaunched the launch version of the game. And they are then going to be adding content to it over time. A lot of the updates and stuff, but also the things that were very controversial that people didn't like, they're not adding those to the game. More information is up on their website because I don't know enough about it. But JK, you're on YouTube, or you're on Twitch chat right now. If you hop over into YouTube, JK Just Saying is over there. He knows way more about it than I do because he's been actively playing it since it launched. I was interested in it, but it was horribly plagued at the launch, so I kind of just forgot about it. Went on to other things. Holy moly. Alright. I have arrived at the guild base, which has a lot more wind traps up top than it did before. So, let me eat my breakfast, and then we are going to go look for spice, I think. So, breakfast this morning. See you, log chain. We've got fresh tortillas from the corner store. And we have lentils. I have like a mustache hair in my nose that's going to drive me nuts if I don't go clip it soon. Lentils with fried eggs. Yeah, the Sci-Fi Channel one. That's the one. Fried plantains. Fresh chicken eggs. We haven't had any duck eggs this week because we've been letting Raquel stockpile her eggs. She's up to 16 eggs in her nest now. And I think she's in the process of getting ready to start brooding. This is really hot. Lentils and pork chops. The Sci-Fi Channel show was amazing. I'm gonna need put something underneath my hand because, oh my goodness, it is hot. Yeah, Fox is kind of, that's their thing. They take really old, broken games and they rescue them from the dustbin. I think Defiance is their third or fourth game that they've done that with. Yeah, it's definitely their most high profile. Yeah, I love the show, man. It has some great cast. It's their fifth game. All right. As soon as I finish breakfast, we're gonna go hunt some spice for a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna move back and we're gonna do some base building. I might do another deep desert testing station run just to get to 700 for contribution, but I'll also be doing this again tomorrow and Sunday, so. More information on what is getting added to Dune Awakening can be found at duneawakening.com. Head to their Steam page. You can check out the DLCs. They've already been pre-loaded with information about what's coming in the pipeline. Also, they've run some AMAs you can check out. I have a playlist of like 150 Dune Awakening videos that you can check out as well, covering all the news articles. And of course, the Dune Awakening Discord has all the juicy deets. Straight from the mouths of the developers, so. Most important thing is that the game is accurate to the book. It's a desert planet. There's not a lot of life. Hey, Pink Pinkins. Pink Pinkins over on Twitch said, "Take time for yourself. No one would mind. Why do you think people want to look at you eat?" Oh, you must be new here, sweetheart. Let's get you up to speed on things, Pink Pinkins over on Twitch. This is the mukbang ASMR portion of the stream, which happens every single day. Sometimes we do it for breakfast, sometimes we do it for lunch. My wife works hard to cook delicious food for me, and you, tuning in, are going to sit here and watch me eat it, and you're going to enjoy me eat it. If you don't like to hear me chomping on my food, and you don't want to enjoy the food that my wife has cooked for me, feel free to mute or get the fuck out while I'm eating my food. But I'm definitely going to eat on stream, like we do every day across 3.5 years of streams and videos and etc. You must be new. Ghost of Tsushima was a great game. Ghost of Yotai is going to be awesome. That reveal yesterday was fire.
This message brought to you by my wife. Oh, they complained that they got hit with an ad, so they didn't get to hear my response. Oh, we get to repeat that in a minute. That'll be great. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima was awesome. It looks like they've taken all of those game modes and just added to it for Ghost of Yotei. Yotei, Yotei, Yoto! And if you don't get that reference, grow up. Is the ad finished on on Twitch, guys? So I can educate a little bit. Are we done? You guys are in the clear. All right, Pink Pinkins, you're new here, obviously. Yeah, we're 3.5 years into streaming full time. We do ASMR and mukbang every single day. My wife works very hard to produce this delicious food that I eat. And if you are going to be a community member here on my channel, you're going to sit here and enjoy her food when I do. And you're going to like it. And if you don't like it, you can mute or you can go away while I eat my food and come back when I'm finished. But this is what we jokingly refer to as the ASMR mukbang portion of the stream. We do it every single day. Sometimes it's breakfast, sometimes it's lunch. And I'm going to sit here and eat it. It's smacking in the microphone. And you can cry about it. My house, my rules. Yeah, like JK says, there's the door. Use it. But my wife works very hard to produce this delicious food, which keeps me going and allows me to do this full time. So I'm absolutely going to celebrate my queen and share with you the delicious food that she prepares. Because guess what? You have a mute button. I think a lot of streamers just like do protein shakes. They'll have like a protein shake bottle that they suck on. But I eat real food because my wife is a badass cook. So lentils, farm fresh eggs, grilled pork chops, fried bananas. Mmm. So good. And honestly, it sucks that you don't get to taste it alongside me. Because if you did, you would never go back to your mom's cooking ever again. Because my wife's food is better. That's right, Girl of Shadows. We're here for you, the gaming and the eating. Damn straight. Yeah, if you guys have time to get the Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, go play it. It's on... It came to PC earlier... Was it this year? Or last year? I think it was last... Excuse me, last summer I think it came to PC. Like maybe July or August or something? So you can actually play it on the PC if you want to. Or on the PS5. But the new one will be a PS5 exclusive for a bit. I don't think so, Slacker. I think all that stuff is because the deep deserts are different. So my deep desert has a certain selection of players from a group of servers. Somebody else's deep desert, like it's based on regions. So like there's the U.S. Central, U.S. East, U.S. West, Oceanic, European.
So all of those deep deserts are different. And as far as I'm aware, things like worms, spice blows, all that stuff is unique and random and based on individual deep deserts. Like we all have different Landsrads. All that stuff is different. And by the way, when I take a break to eat my breakfast or my lunch and hang out with the chat, it gives me a chance to sit here and answer questions and talk to things, talk about things, etc. I don't care if you find it gross. I really don't. That's a you problem, not a me problem. And anytime someone has a you problem, I don't care. It's literally like, that's a you problem. It's the best part about being me. I don't have to give a shit. I get to do what I want. Freedom of choice. Correct. Community engagement. So you can't follow me around when I go spice hunting. No. No. It's gonna be different. Tubboy says, just followed your TikTok. Oh, you saw the TikTok short from last night about that guy on YouTube last night? Yeah, old people shouldn't be gaming. As a 51-year-old had just started streaming, I say, screw that guy. That's right. Fuck him. I love the changes, Gridimus. That's right, Mental Fracture. No one is being forced to sit here and watch me. They can go where they want, watch where they want. They're free to mute the microphone if they don't want to hear me smack into the mic as I enjoy the delicious food that my wife has prepared. But yeah, spice blows are random as far as I'm aware. It's my stream. You can cry if you want to. That's right. Oh, she knows. She knows. She also watches the streams most day, Girls of Shadows. So, um, oh yeah, those new observer windows are pretty freaking awesome. Slacker. Um, I'm going to be when I go back to the base today. I'm going to be changing some stuff around. Have I checked out the death stills? No, I have not. Did you guys put death stills in here? Ooh, this is one of those massive storage containers, which we're probably going to need back at my base ASAP. Alright, hang on. Apparently I need to take a peek around here because they put death stills up in here. I don't even know what they look like, to be honest with you. Are they up top, maybe? Where'd you guys put them? Oh, never mind. I see one. I've never used one of these before. Yeah, but it's not my death still. Someone else. You will never see death stills in my building facility. You might. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. Let me take my plate back to the kitchen, get another cup of coffee, and then we're gonna go hunting spice for a little bit. Bing loves to tease you with his traitor death stills. All right. Let's see here. Someone asked about the drops. This is the second of the campaigns. They're going to be running these campaigns all year for the Observer set. So the first campaign dropped 3 pieces. This campaign drops 3 pieces. You have a month each time. So next month they will have a new campaign. The month after that they'll have another campaign. So you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn more. Let's just go east and see if we can find any spice blows today. Probably not. They've probably already been picked clean, but I did find 2 yesterday, so... Oh, I was supposed to bring a sync chart today and learn how to do sync charts, and I forgot to do that. Huh. Yeah, Tombs. The mural drop is pretty cool. Yeah, for those of you just tuning in, don't forget we are on YouTube and Twitch, so you can watch where you prefer. So if you prefer YouTube after you finish getting your drops on Twitch, you can hop on over to YouTube. Everything in between the streams happens on YouTube, so all of the game reviews, discussions, guides, movie reviews, TV show reviews, all that stuff happens over on YouTube. So, oh, speaking of which, Foundation dropped its first episode, season 3. That will be, I think that's already out. So if I don't get that out today, it'll be tomorrow. I don't know, because I think I saw on their TikTok account last night, like Apple Plus's TikTok account, that the season 3, episode 1 episode had already dropped. So I'll have that episode reviewed on the channel as soon as I drop the stream today. If it's already out, I'm going to go watch that and get it up. And Murderbot just got renewed for season 2, so I definitely need to finish watching season 1 and get the reviews finished for that. And then Chris and I are actually watching Sandman season 2 right now. We've reviewed the first 4 episodes. I think that's a spice blow up there, maybe. I thought I saw a flash of purple. I could be wrong. Yeah, I love Foundation. It's been an awesome show. So that is my commercial to say, make sure you get following over. Make sure you're following over on YouTube, guys, because everything in between the streams happens over there. But I do multi-stream every single day on YouTube and Twitch. And with this game, we're also on the Steam page. If you're watching on Steam, though, I don't check the chat there because I can only see the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. So make sure to drop into YouTube or Twitch if you want to hang out with the community and ask questions. There was a worm. I still don't see any spice, though. I thought I saw a flicker of pink, but it was not the case. Season 1 of Foundation was really good. I thought Season 2 was better. Everybody I've heard talking about Season 3 says Season 3 is even better than Season 2, which gives me great hope. Thankfully, there's not too many book trolls out there who are like,
"Oh, it's not the same as the books."
go away. There's not too many people like that. Like I very much have I very much have the Brandon Sanderson approach to adaptations, which is we want our adaptations to be different. We want the TV show to be different than the book. We want the movie to be different than the book and the TV show. We want the stage version to be different than the book, than the TV show, than the film. Each medium. What did I just hit? That scared the shit out of me. I was not paying attention that I was at the edge. That legitimately made my heart go. Yeah, I've read the books, and honestly, the books are. It's okay. It's not my favorite Asimov stuff, but the books are way too meh. So I really love the creative decisions they've made with the show so far. I do not see any spice blows at the moment. It's probably gonna be pretty thin. It's Friday. It's at the end of the week. So unless there have been some recent blows, I might not see anything. But I figured I would come out here and fly around for 30 minutes or so and see if I can't find something. Probably need to turn around. Oh, there's a blow, but I think that might be in a PvP section. Alright, am I in the E section? I don't know if I'm in E or not. I'm gonna find out here in a minute. Oh, I think this is one of the bugged ones. Yep. I think this is the bugged one. Yep. Never mind. Let's go west. Yeah, it's just a graphical bug. It's one of those things where it's actually gone, but it still shows it being there even though it's not. Not a big deal. You move on. You fly around some more. Am I too high in the E row? That might be the case. Am I on the E row? This is the problem with streamer mode. I think I'm on the E row. I think I'm just too far north. Yeah, I think it's only a small one. Yes, the bottom half of E is PvE, top half is PvP. You just kind of have to, like I'm doing, I wasn't paying attention to the map, so I flew a little too far north. It is slim pickings out here today. That's right, Hector. I'm a Care Bear bottom.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
From where is the sandstorm approaching? I don't see it at the moment. That is a shipwreck, right? Yeah. I've never done a shipwreck.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I don't see where it's coming from, though, yet.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm gonna head for that outcropping. Hunker down. I don't see where it's at, though.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And of course I hit a stupid... Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for this. I gotta wait for this timer to drop and then I'm gonna land. Where the heck is this storm? I do not see it anywhere. Seriously, where is it? Oh, there it is. I finally see it on the map. It's coming in from over there. Okay. Oh, but it is rolling north. West, sorry, it's rolling east. I don't think it's gonna hit me. There it is. Pretty sure it's just rolling east. On the northern edge of this. We should be fine. Yeah. Alright, let's keep heading west. Looking for spies. Oh, by the way, we're getting into nightfall. I don't know if I've ever tried to spot spice at night. I bet it's going to be really hard to see it at nighttime. I'm really looking forward to, and hopefully it comes to fruition, but supposedly, I know he bought the rights to it, Stephen Colbert is behind an adaptation of Roger Zelazny's Amber series, The Chronicles of Amber. And I really hope that that eventually does come to fruition. It's nothing more than rights have been purchased and it's in production, which just means they're talking about scripts, they're looking at potentially writing something. So it hasn't moved into any sort of anything serious. Same thing with Raymond Feist has an adaptation of the Rift Wars saga in development, and I believe If I'm not mistaken, Tad Williams also has a Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn adaptation that has been kind of started around. Thornication says, just started yesterday. Any tips for noobs? I do, actually. You can go to my YouTube channel. I have about 150 videos in the Dune Awakening playlist, including over 50 beginner's guides specifically designed for new players to Dune Awakening. So that's where you should start. YouTube.com/Renfail. Wait till you're done with the stream. Hang out for a bit if you'd like, or if you want to go over there right now, you can. Everything in between the streams happens on YouTube, so make sure you check that out, because all of the game guides are over there. But streams are daily on Twitch and YouTube. And with this game, we're also on the Steam page, courtesy of Funcom. Yeah, I'm a big fan of what I've seen so far from the Observer set. Today during the base building portion of the stream, we're gonna be switching out some existing materials to the Observer stuff. For interior, I still like my Atreides exterior, but some of those interior pieces are too cool not to use. Well, I have not seen any spice blows this morning, kids. By the way, what's the maximum height you can go? Looks like it's going to be 900 meters. That is a pre-splice blow down there, but I don't know how long it's not going to take to blow. Alright, I don't actively see any purple anywhere, so I'd say there's nothing out here at the moment. But that is a pre-spice blow right there, I'm pretty sure. Unless it's flower sand. I can't tell from here, but that looks like a pre-spice blow. Is that purple, or is it just my imagination? Oh, I think that might be flower sand. I think it looked kind of purpley, but it's not. Nah, it's just flower sand. JDL says the small shipwrecks have 3 storages to access cut arrays, usually worth doing. Nice. If it's bubbling, it's 20 minutes. If it's geysering, it's 3 to 4. Nice. Alright, let's head on back. Cause there ain't nothing out here this morning. Also new, I'm waiting. Do we have a launch date for the new season of 3 Body Problem on Netflix as well? I know they were filming the next 2 seasons back to back, but I haven't actively checked to see when we're going to get that new season. There you go, Hector. Enjoy. Nothing wrong with a little bit of living lands. One of these days I'll go do a third playthrough of Avowed, because I still got to do the fighter class, because I did the mage and the warrior, or the mage and the thief, scout, whatever. So I still got to do my warrior playthrough. Slacker says the storms are the same across the DDD servers, based on the one we just saw. That would be interesting if they are. Alright, let's go check Arakeen really quick to see if we sold anything, and then we will head back to the base. We's gonna do some base building for a little bit. You're further west than me, and it hit a few minutes after yours. Well, mine was moving east. So if you were west of mine, it was a different storm, because ours was moving east, not west. Oh, I could have sworn I was tracking Arakeen. Apparently I was not. Today is Friday? Yes, it is. Solasta 2 has a stream in about 40 minutes. I wonder what they're sharing today. I'm waiting for them to announce their early access. Because as soon as Solasta 2 hits early access, you can bet your ass I'm going to be playing some of that on stream for sure. Saturday in New Zealand, so Friday for me, yeah. I get confused sometimes what day it is. That's what Google Calendars is, my friend. It tells me when I need to pay my credit card statement. It tells me when I need to do my bank transfers. What day of the week is it? I don't know. It's either my wife or Google Calendar. And if it's not in the Google Calendar, it doesn't exist. That's literally my reality. My brother and I have had some fun discussions about like being so overwhelmingly busy that if it's not in the calendar, it literally doesn't exist. Well, we are going back to the base right now to do some base building, so I'd say you probably a fair bet that we're going to be looking at some observer pieces. You know what I ought to do? You know that base I've got built back in the my original base across from Anvil? I might go change that whole base to the observer set. I forgot all about that place. I could go make that place look a hell of a lot cooler. We'll get to that though. Because I was thinking about once I get the full observer set, I could make that whole base look really, really cool. The problem is going to be some of that stuff, the way the supports are built and everything. If I try to switch out the chome blocks, the chome foundation blocks, I may lose portions of that base. That would be a trip, man. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. They did say that peace swapping is coming in the future. Thanks for the sub, Lighthawk25 over on Twitch. In the AMA, they did say that swapping pieces is something that is going to be coming in a future patch. Oh, yes they do, JK. If you pull out the wrong thing, everything around it goes down with it. Like, you can pull one thing and it'll destroy 30 other things if you pull the wrong one. It definitely removes things. Yeah. It's not good if you pull the wrong support piece. I've done it more than once. Like, it'll yank down like a bunch of shit. Lighthawk says, is there a way to obtain all swatches within the game? Yeah. If you do one faction, max it out, buy all the swatches and variants, betray, go to the other faction, rank up there, get all the swatches and variants, you're good to go. But you can't go back once you've done that. You have to make sure that you're willing to take that choice and live with it. Storage containers being stackable would be good too. Yeah, I don't know that they've said if they're going to do that because they let us build these, we could build, you know, these layers to be able to build. Correct, you don't have to betray. The black market is an option. You can buy both sides, but it's expensive, super expensive. It's like double the costs to buy things. I should have mentioned that. Yes, you can also buy things from the black market, but they cost a fortune. So there are multiple ways to get all of the items. Yeah, I'm paying double Shellbridge. I'm not going to betray. I'm not gonna betray from Atreides, but I do have enough money that I'm probably just gonna go buy all the Harkonnen pieces for double the cost. It's gonna cost me a few 100,000 credits, but I've got almost 500,000 saved up now, and I don't need it for anything else because I have all my gear. So. Black market is expensive though. All right, let me get the timestamp going because it's about time to switch over to do some base building. So we're gonna start here. You didn't know that, Lighthawk? Give me 2 seconds. Let me take you to the city and show you where to buy it, and then we'll come back. And we'll do our base build. I actually don't have a video out about this. This is the great moment for me to go make a clip. I do not have the Harkonnen variants. I have the swatches, the color swatches, but not the variants. We're about to go show that off right now, Mysterious Fox. Stay tuned. Holy load times, Batman. Alright, so Lighthawk25 asked, is there a way to obtain all swatches within the game, or are some of them strictly faction locked? And I had answered regarding you can earn them in the game. Like if you want to get the Atreides set, you would join the Atreides faction, level up with the Atreides faction, purchase all of those items, betray, go to the Harkonnen side, and then get all of the Harkonnen faction, or vice versa. That's the way to do it if you want to run all the quests. But there was also another option, which chat reminded me of, which is the black market vendor. So I wanted to show that off since a couple of different people had asked about this. There's one in Harko Village. There's one in Arakeen. We're in Arakeen. We can come to this vendor. Now, I am allied with the Atreides. So this is where you can find, for me, he just has Harkonnen things. So I've already purchased some of these. like the variants for the armor sets because I wanted those in those color swatches. But I have not purchased like the sandbike variant. So you can also do it this way, but worth noting is that it costs twice as many Solaris if you buy from the black market vendor as opposed to running the faction quests. And as Bubblonius said, I gotta scroll down and find where he put that in chat. There are Bubblonius says there are 2 pieces that you cannot get from the black market. Each faction has 1 piece that you cannot buy from the black market. For the Harkonnens, it's a special buggy cutter ray, and for the Atreides, it's a unique flamethrower. But in terms of building sets and color swatches, the vehicle variants, the armor variants, the weapon variants, you can absolutely get those on the black market vendor if you don't want to do the quest lines to level up a faction and betray to go to the other side. But it costs a freaking metric boatload of solar. Like the Harkonnen Stronghold building set is 160,000 credits. Normally it's only 80 if you have the faction, but it's 160 grand. The medium Thopter variant, I mean, you'll spend several 100,000 credits if you want to do it this way. But yes, you can either do it through leveling up your faction, or you can come to the black market vendor in the major cities, in the social hubs, and do it that way if you would prefer. And then you can have everything on your character from both sides. But it's only for the extremely wealthy, so get out there and farm your Solaris. Alright, back to Haga Basin. And we are going to start the base build part of the stream. We're going to make some adjustments to some ceilings first. Hey! Our favorite PvP basement troll is back on Twitch, Rogue WE666. This guy has definitely got a poster of me in his basement that he faps to every 15 minutes. Because he's back again. Here he is, the man that plays the game half full. You're missing out on the best part. Risk versus reward, exclusive rewards. Guess what? You're here. You're still here. Making my paycheck for me, buddy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Your 2 cents matter to me because it all adds up. Thank you, sir, for contributing to my pension. Or madam. Maybe you're a madam. I don't know. I don't presume to know what your gender is. Do trolls actually have genders? That's a good question. I don't know. Are there male and female versions of trolls, or is a troll a troll a troll? Good question. One I don't know the answer to. All right. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. We are at the 5-minute. Base building. So I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start switching out some of these roof pieces for the observer roof. The problem is, if you remove these, does it kill the pentashield? I don't know. I've never done this. It does not. So, That's gonna be in the. Is it the Chome facility? Yeah. It's these bad boys right here. Because I like the look of this. This round. I just think those look really cool, man. It's gonna be a slightly different floor in here too. It's kind of cool. These are granite though. I may have to do some more granite. But let's just take this one row at a time so that I don't actually screw anything up. Nope. Come on back here. Trolls in EQ had genders. That's true. Trolls in EverQuest did have genders. You're not wrong. It is true. Trolls in EverQuest did have genders. Alright. I need to bring back that free engagement song that we had during the Dragon Age Veilguard days. Free engagement, free engagement. Making my paycheck every day. Let's go see what this looks like from underneath now that we've got 3 rows. Oh yeah, that looks way cooler than the... I like to look at that. That looks good. That make me happy. I like being happy when I play games. We'll just go over here for now. I don't want to go all the way over until I might not need to go all the way over, because honestly, well, I will if I want. That's not true. I will need to go over eventually for all of the consistency of the floor. The hatch, however, has to stay the same because I don't have an observer hatch yet, so... But I'm assuming, because we're supposed to get the full observer set over the course of the year, that we'll eventually get an observer hatch as well. However, I'm going to have to... these don't count. They're not lights. Yeah, they're not lights. They're just... and they don't really give off a lighting effect. It's a... it's just like a passive thing, but it's not really a lighting thing. What's up, Blackthorn? Yeah. There is a subtle light thing. but it's not. It doesn't count towards your lighting limit. But I like these more than the ones we've been using, which are the Caladan or Atreides set. It's like a have you ever had like a kid who throws a temper tantrum, Girl of Shadows? You just let them do what they're gonna do. Just let them scream it out. It's literally, it's contributing to my engagement. It's contributing to the views. I'm getting money out of it. Like, I'm gonna milk him for every penny. I love my job. What I don't know, I'm gonna have to move these chests out though to be able to replace that last row. I'll have to move everything out one. Let's move this out. I have to demo these, which is fine. All right. That's right, Whiskey Dad. That's exactly what it is. Alright, now we can build... I need to go back to the other set here. Half walls. One here. One here. One here. And then we can go back to Chome set. Ooh, this is a good question. I wonder if... I'll be able to fit the... Ah, they do fit. Yay! Excuse me. All right. Okay. All right, so we have rebuilt those, refixed this. I want to go downstairs and see what it looks like. Oh yeah, that looks way cooler. That looks way cooler. Big fan of those. Those look way more, I don't know, I just like the look of those versus like the lots of little circle lights. Emissive textures. Whiskey Dad says, little do they know, this is the man who uses his T6 alpha male controller to quash this kind of folly. Bubbling says, careful, he's got Pikeology now. Faster is subjective. It just depends on where you're at on the map. And faster isn't always the reason people want to play the game. Also depends on people's disk drives, internet speed. There's a lot of factors that factor into the load time from Haga Basin to the world map and back again. So it's sort of a false positive statement to be like, it's faster to just travel out to the world map and then back to Haga Basin. It depends. Lots of things, lots of factors. Now the question is, do I also want to replace these? Again, lots of factors. Depends on people's solid state. Are they running a solid state drive? Are they running an old disk drive? What kind of solid state drive? What are the RPMs of the solid state drive? How much RAM do they have? What is their internet connection? All of these things can factor into how long does it take to zone over. Shellbridge. That's what she said. Mine has always been fast. This sounds like a you problem. I think I'm going to leave these how they are right now. But I do think we're going to replace the whole floor in here long term. Oh, I think I'd already put that. Anyway, by the way, those of you who are asking about the lighting, watch what happens when I place this. You'll see it has a slight glow underneath. There is an emission on it, as Transcend said, but it's not like it's not a full lighting piece. My coffee's wearing off. Finally burning up some of this granite. What I don't know is going to happen. However, this is what terrifies me right here. I won't be able to. I don't know. I don't know if I can do those one at a time, maybe. Because if I pull that pillar, the whole roof is coming down. So that'll be a test of strategy to not pull the roof down. Assuming I can even make that happen. I bet I can pull one corner out at a time. I hope I can pull one corner at a time and do it that way. I don't want to test pulling more than... Alright, fingers crossed, guys. Alright, it did not. Okay, woo! Alright, that made me super nervous. Oh, I have a bunch of plastone in my inventory. I'm gonna have to go ditch. Oh, something I forgot about. since we're back. Yes, AFKMR. Yes, we definitely need to say something. Are you sure you want to pull this object? It's going to blow up 20 other things. Are you sure you want to touch that? It's gonna blow up your whole base. Yeah, Joel said that during, I think it was one of the last streams they did before the game went live. I think it was the live stream 4. He was talking about he felt bad for anybody trying to run the game on an old hard disk. 'Cause he was like, it just doesn't work. Like load times, not even just load times, but like trying to play the game itself on an old hard drive, like nothing. It's just all laggy and choppy. Like nothing works. Because it's designed. Hey, cool! It didn't blow up the railings. Now the real question is, do I want to replace the entire rooftop for this whole structure? The short answer is probably yes. But the longer answer is, I don't know. Because it looks cool down here, and it looks cool in the garage. But do I need to have it everywhere? Welcome, Mixawa, to the guild. Good to see you joining there as well. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think we're going to go back to the other base. And I'm going to look at replacing pieces with this observer set. Because I have the walls. Yeah, I have a laptop around the corner that my wife was using for a while. It hasn't been turned on in about a year, but that has like a 225 hard disk that Windows is installed on. No, that's not true. Yes, it is true. But then the storage drive was no. Here's what it's a 225 solid state that the operating system is on, and then a 1 terabyte hard drive. That's an old school hard drive. That's a really old laptop. It was when solid states were first becoming norms in laptops. And dude, I played. I think because I have like Lord of the Rings Online and Star Wars: The Republic loaded onto that machine, and I think like last year, or a year and a half ago, I went and logged onto that machine to check something, and the load times were so bad compared to all of my solid state machines that I was just like, oh god, how did I used to play games like this? Like. Did I really used to sit here for 17 minutes and wait for something to load? Oh, we haven't been back here in a hot minute, guys. This is going to be fun to replace this stuff. I wonder if... I know I have on my Google Calendar when I need to do the shields here. I think I have until the weekend. Yeah, I still got another week. Um, I think that's what we're gonna do for the rest of this. Is we're gonna replace this with because we have what do we have? We have the walls, the windows, and the floors, right? Hang on. Yeah, we have flooring or roofing. We have the windows. We have the walls, and then I have the building blocks. The only and stairs. The only thing I won't be able to change, excuse me, there are some like corner wedges and stuff that I've done when I was building. Yeah, there's some wedge stuff in here that I probably won't be able to replace right here. This stuff right here, because there's like triangle pieces in here on the wall. So I would have to leave those alone. But everything else I think we could replace. So I think we'll start with the windows up top on the very top floor. And then we'll work on the roof. And then we'll just very slowly but surely work our way from the top down. Alright, I will be right back. Alright. Let's see here. Somebody asked a question. When it comes to build area, where would you suggest? I've got build guides over on the YouTube channel in the playlists with way more information than it's not like that's a common question, which is why I've made videos about it. So I would say hop over to YouTube, check out the Dune Awakening playlist. I've got a bunch of beginner's guide stuff. I think there's 3 or 4 guides in particular that specifically talk about different places to build your bases, why you might want to build there, considerations for early base builds. Why did I have such a high ceiling in here? Oh, that's right, because I had a vehicle manufacturing thing in here, which I probably don't need. Yep, drops are on. I'm not going to have this extension anymore. We're going to just straight up do the roof here. Yay. Okay. Windows. Now, what counts? Outer face, interface. Oh, those look dope. Hell yeah. That, dude, that is awesome. Big fan. So these windows are part of the current drops going on. So we are actively placing some of these new build pieces from the drops campaign. If you want to earn drops, you got to watch over on Twitch. So if you're on YouTube or stream right now, make sure to also tune in to the Twitch channel so that you can get these drops for yourself. All right, let's go ahead and just do all the windows first. Yeah, these look really sweet. There's an angry worm out there. I'm almost out of granite, though. I'm going to have to go... Oh, you know why? All my granite is in the other base. I'm going to have to... Well, we could just go do a harvesting run here. Because I got a second buggy parked out back. Damn it. Demo. Now, I'm also going to want to see what this looks like from the top once I finish all these. So let's get the rooftop finished. And then I'm going to do a fly around. Put your fishing hat on and go scare the worm. Release the sand trout. All right, let's go take a look at what that looks like from the outside, because the inside looks pretty freaking awesome. Well, we can do a fly around. Oh, that looks way different. That's a trip, dude. Alright, and then the top looks like that. Alright. These are the drops, JK. This is the observer set that I'm switching over to, which are all from the drop campaigns. Okay, so I'll have to move some of these things around here. Alright, and we gotta move things around a little bit here. I don't even know what's in that chest. If I had to guess, once they have finished with the whole set, they will probably cycle back around. But I would say it's probably going to be a while before they do that, because they're going to prioritize getting the full set out first. So every month they'll run a campaign. There's a lot of blocks per set, if that makes sense. Like, each individual set has a lot. Exactly, J Deal. Yeah, that can happen. You can pull the wrong thing and just the whole thing comes crumbling down. So I'm anticipating there may be that might happen. It was so long ago that I built this base that I don't remember what's what. So that's why I'm starting from the top down, and I'm just like looking at each piece going, is that safe to pull? Can I actually pull that? This was not a massive base, so I don't think I have too much to be stressed about. Excuse me. Yeah, that's another quality of life change I would like them to do, which is if you accidentally, or if you're like, there's two things. Like, one is that if you tell something to stop combining in a chest or a refiner, It takes all of those resources and puts them in your inventory, regardless if you have carrying space or not, and whatever that's left, it dumps on the floor. And if you're a long way away from your storage chests, suddenly you have to make a bunch of runs to get back to your storage chests and dump all that stuff before it disappears from the ground. It would be way better if you cancel a build, it puts the items back in the storage chest that it was pulling them from and not in your inventory. That is definitely a quality of life change they need to make, because it sucks when you're like, oh yeah, why don't you do these 300 pieces of ore, and then 10 minutes later you're like, oh crap, I need a piece of something. Let me stop all the ore and make this other thing, and then it takes all of the ore and dumps it in your inventory as opposed to putting it back in the chest where it came from. It's like, no! Why? Why? Alright, there's a set of stairs in here I can use too. Where are they at? Observer stairs. Okay. Very cool stairs. Yeah, it's always a big mess when you actually... That's right, JK. Destroyed your base with one by removing one piece. Yeah, it'll bite you. It'll bite you in the ass. All right, let's do these now. 1, 2. Oh, come on now. That is the one thing that looks weird about those windows, is this like thing that comes out. But not a lot more granite. I may not need nearly as much light as I need, because I was using all those windows beforehand. I may not need those now that I'm doing this. I may. Change my mind about this. What if I make the middle row just walls? That would be in line with the rest of the base. Grumpy worm! Yeah, let me redo these as walls and see what they look like. Demo, 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 demo. Somewhere in here are the walls. Ah, there they are. Outer face. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Yeah, I don't need... Alright, let me replace all of those. And then that'll continue around the interior there. Alright, take a look at that now. JK says I have a copter, tools, one other base with no advanced tools, but not here. No! Alright, yeah, I can dig it. And then we'll just go around the wall here and replace all those walls. Okay. Alright, this is gonna be very carefully done. Excuse me. No, did not mean to break that down. What did I just break down? Blood refiner, I think. Pretty sure it's my blood refiner. Come on, get over there. There you go. What I won't know about are the you know, I just thought about something. I just thought about something. I probably should have started from the ground up because I don't know what I don't know what's gonna happen when I go to replace um, individual support pieces down below. That'll be fun to figure out. And be like, oh no, I just tore down a whole wall. No! I don't know. I didn't think about that before I started doing this. I should have gone from the ground up. Blood purifier, that's what was built here a minute ago. We'll find out shortly. All right, let's take a fly around and see what this looks like now. Because I can't. There's gonna be some things I can't replace because we don't have the building sets yet. But I'm pretty happy with the way this is coming along so far. So this will be a work in progress as we get access to more of the. Yeah, that looks good. That looks real good. First time I've ever seen it do that. It didn't drop all the way through the pentashield. That was weird. So weird. Like, oh my god. Like, why did it do that? Someone tell me. Alright, these are support pieces, I think. Alright, moment of truth. Okay. Although, it may have destroyed a cistern. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I think it destroyed a cistern. Because I wasn't paying attention. It's too cluttered in here. Move that over here. Move this over here. Move that over here. Oh, you know one thing though I probably need to pay attention to? Let me go outside. I wonder if those have a different... What do they look like on the outside? Do they have different sides or do they all look... Oh, they definitely have a front and a back. I kind of like that for the front, though. I keep that. What happened? Cappuccino. ¿Cuántos tiene? Cappuccino has babies hatching. I'll be right back, everybody. I'm gonna go record a quick video clip. I'll be right back. All right. I guess the Twitch stream dropped like 20 minutes ago, 15, 20 minutes ago, but it looks like it's back now. Hiccup in the internet. All right, I got some duck videos. Hang on. So this is cappuccino. I don't know if it's gonna focus worth a damn. Hang on. Anyway, this was we call her our rescue duck. She was given to us maybe like I want to say 3 months ago, 2 months ago. I don't know. We got it up on the Homestead channel. Her wings were horribly clipped, and she was malnourished. And she was given to us, and she's been sitting on 9 eggs for a month, and the first 3 just hatched. So over the next 24 to 48 hours, and then there's Raquel, our big mama duck. She's sitting on top of 16 eggs, which is her first brood of 16 are the ones that are running around in our homestead right now, and she started getting broody the last 48 hours, so we're pretty sure she's about to start. She gets really chirpy when she gets broody. She starts chirping a lot, and she's been running around chirping at us the last like 2 days, so we're pretty sure she's ready to brood. So, and then Chris, apparently, I just was outside with Chris. I'll need to do a homestead update video this weekend because she's been putting out new protections for all the trees. Bunch of new chicken wire mesh. And then, why do I have water all over my hair? Oh, because I ducked down underneath the chicken coop roof and Chris was watering things. Alright. So these I will want to have be... Oh, damn it. I forgot that I gotta turn around and redo that. I forgot. Damn it. I forgot that I had stuff inside. Oh, that destroyed my subfief console. How does that work? But that's just a normal subfief console, right? Whatever. Apparently you can't do what I just did. I'm tired. I blew up a chest with shit in it. Yeah, but that's a normal subfief, not an advanced subfief. Do I care? Yeah, I gotta go check shit now, because I don't know. That was a total accident on my part. They need to make that not possible to do. Yep, I've got edges outside now. God damn it. So I probably have to drop this and then redo the... Well, we learned a lesson today. Don't get sidetracked with ducks. Alright, I need to demolish this. How do I... No, I don't have extra land claims, but that's just a normal subfief console and not an advanced subfief console. So how do you do this? If I destroy this, do I just immediately place down another advanced subfief? How does that work? I'm being told that yes. Alright, well, fuck it. I mean, I don't really care about this base in the long run. Advanced subfief console. See, now it's gonna give me that bullshit about too close. Hang on. Now I gotta go upstairs and see. Okay. Am I good? I can't tell if I'm good now because I had specific placement for all of my... See, that's not gonna work. How the fuck do you do this? I'm gonna have to destroy it from the inside and bring it up top, aren't I? They need an undo button in a big, big way. They need an undo button. Because that was a total accidental misclick. Because I pulled up, I blew up the foundation. It should not have destroyed the advanced subfief console. Like, so I'm gonna have to destroy this again. And now I have to try to rotate this because I had a very specific... I think that gets everything. Because I had built it just to within the foundation, like in within the wall, you know what I mean? I think that gets me everything. I don't care about height. I don't give a shit about height because I'm not building. I'm not ever adding to the structure. I literally was just out here replacing bits and pieces. Oh, you know what though? See, I'm gonna have to bring it down to the second floor because I'm gonna lose the whole fucking... I'm gonna lose the garage and all of this will get lost. I have to drop it down. Or I add a vertical land clamp to it. God damn it. Alright, Funcom, I have met my first what the fuck moment with your game. 300 hours in, and I've had great fun, but that right there was a what the fuck moment that I am not happy about. You should not, it should not destroy like pulling a foundation should not destroy the advanced subfief. Because the advanced subfief you place before you place any building structures whatsoever, so it should always be on that land claim at all times. The fact that it destroyed the land, that destroyed the advanced subfief when I pulled that foundation layer is bullshit. And now I gotta face this whole, like, how the fuck do I redo this? Because I can't see anything and I need to place it. Do I care about anything from this base? I'm seriously considering just saying fuck it and abandoning this. I don't have any cash over here. There's no cash in these chests. This base has been abandoned for 2 weeks. Somehow... Okay. If I place it down there... Man, I cannot tell if I am proper... You know what I mean? Like, I really want to see if I'm aligned. Okay, I can sort of see the box now. Okay. Have I avoided critical fuck up? Moving it down after it has been placed doesn't count. It's wherever you place it initially. The land claim is based on the initial placement of the subfief, so moving it up or down doesn't change the initial subfief claim. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. I think destroying those two things made me safe, at least up here. Let me go check the backside. Man, I was about to have a moment of let's yell and scream a little bit. And we're right on the back end of this out here. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Everything looks like we're within the boundaries, right? We're within the boundaries of the land claim here. We're within the boundaries down there. Crisis. I think crisis averted. Excuse me. Not cool. That is a big piece of feedback I'm gonna write down for them because I'm gonna have to get that sent over. That's a pretty bad, like that could be really bad. Alright, crisis averted. I'm sorry, JK, that sucks. The gold, at least you got your gold back. Yeah, that is important. Now the next question I have is, do I have to redo my taxes? I think I have to redo my taxes because it says they're unpaid. I think I have to redo that. Fuckery is what that is. Yeah, Babylonia. That just about was a whole base destruction thing. That was not anticipated. Not a fan of that at all. That is something they really need to fix. Yeah, legit. Like I would rather just like be like, nope, I'm gonna just abandon the base than try to spend 4 hours fixing something on a base that I'm never gonna use again. You know, I've just been keeping this place as like nostalgia more than anything else. But it's nice to have a second place for like my buggy and other stuff so that I can come back there from time to time when I need to get iron and stuff. But it's like, yeah, I can't. I think that's right. I can't tell. Doesn't even matter because it's not visible up top. So these 3 in a row I can just demo. Correct. 3 to 4 hours tweaking something based on a misclick. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've learned a very important lesson today that's, matter of fact, can't quite move this yet. We're just going to slap it down. I'm going to go move this down to the garage because I don't want to have that happen ever again. That definitely needs to be addressed. That is a crucial building fuck up that needs to be fixed. Like, you should not be able to accidentally. However, I can't place it there because then if I respawn here, I might not respawn in the right place. Just put it right here. That'll be fine. Yeah. I have not had a single complaint about the game until today. Like I'm hundreds of hours in. I have not had a single bad thing to say. That right there is bad and needs to be fixed. Like I will legitimately say that is a massive issue right there. Alright, let's go outside, do this from the back end. Okay. That is what I wanted to do before I had that accidental hoo-ha. Okay. We still have to replace that one, but I have to move some other things from underneath the stairs. And I can't replace this because there's no door yet. I don't really care about symmetry right now. We're just moving shit around. I don't ever use this base. I just wanted to make it look cool from the outside, man. Symmetry comes later, bro. Okay. I think that's Blackthorn said, I have also had a misclick delete my thief moment, saved it luckily, but was just as surprised that you could happen in the first place. Yeah, that's I had no idea that you could accidentally destroy the sub. I know, Gray, right? Grown ass T6 alpha male can't even play the game right. Woo! Plus side, I think we saved it. I'm gonna double check before I go anywhere, but I think I've done enough replacing for the day. That was mildly terrifying. Alright, these ornamental pieces are great for just running around and checking things. We are clear on that side. We are clear vertically. We are clear on the back side. Plenty of space up top. Plenty of space down the side. I should be okay. Plenty of space out front here. Yeah, we're good. Because I'm never adding to this base. We're just, you know, here. What stairs are here? Plus side, when I just removed it, I had a tiny little bit of extra space to add one extra ramp here, which I wasn't able to do before because I had it placed a little bit farther back. All right, crisis averted. Okay, that was terrifying for the 15 minutes or whatever it was, but I think we're okay. All right, let's go do a fly around, and then I gotta go pay taxes on this place because when I redid the sub thief thing, now I owe taxes on it. Which is silly, but whatever. Oh, you know what, though? I bet it didn't... I have to rename it. I bet I have to rename, which is back down here. I have to rename the sub-beef all over again, probably. Oh yeah, Babylonia. I just learned a very, 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 very valuable lesson about that. Yeah. Oh, I would probably cry if I fucked up my main base. I would legit probably cry if I fucked up the main base. I don't even know what would happen, considering it's 6 horizontal claims and 6. Oh no. Wow. Well, you know what I'm gonna do right now before I go pay my taxes? We are gonna go move our sub fief off of a platform and onto the ground somewhere on that main base. I'm not willing to risk out. God, that would suck. So many donkey balls. Hang on, I got sidetracked. Where's my fucking thopter? Let's go fix that right now. I just learned probably the most valuable lesson I've learned since I started playing this game. Yeah, no Solari refund. All your land claims disappear. That is a pretty massive thing that needs to be fixed. The sub fief needs to be indestructible unless manually clicked on to destroy. Literally. That's the way that needs to work. The advanced sub fief console needs to be indestructible unless you manually click it. Like, there is no reason it should, disappear because the foundation got pulled from underneath it. Because when you first place it, it gets placed on land. So you can't say that it's, you can't say that the sub fief can't just, oh, I pulled the, So, like, if another player is standing on top of a block and you pull the block, the player just falls to the ground. That's what should happen with the advanced sub fief console. It should just fall to the ground. Yes, are you sure you want to delete this whole advanced sub fief followed by a, hey, wait, are you sure you read this? Are you triple sure that you want to destroy this sub fief? Alright, kids. Move sub fief. Okay. Pick up buildable. Okay. Let's move this far, far, far away from any sort of platform that it could accidentally be destroyed on. Let's take this outside. Oh, some of my walls got destroyed when I was replacing those roofs up top. We're gonna place this. Let's put it right here for now. Oh, I don't need fuel cell. What are these? What pieces are these? Kaladin Palace Wall. We're gonna replace this. These got messed up when I moved the ceilings around. Whew. Alright, crisis averted. Let's move that a little bit further in. Alright, don't ever touch that ever again. Jesus. It can take damage? God damn it. Hold up. Yeah, but you can't enclose it because then you spawn on top of it, right? I don't want to enclose it. Guys, you guys have got me all terrified. It has taken damage. Yes, that's the thing. If you hide it behind something, you could potentially get locked in, and I don't want that to happen. So I guess I just need to have an enclosure. So what you're saying is all I need is a roof and floor, right? But then what happens if I go to spawn on it? This is fucking up my whole aesthetic, man. All because of a fucked up accident that I want to try to avoid ever happening again. Does this count? It says I'm sheltered in here. Right. No, I get it, Star Wars. By the way, thanks for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. It has to be destructible because of PvP. I totally get that. But there needs to be a difference between advanced subfief in Haga Basin versus advanced subfief in deep desert PvP. Right? There needs to be a difference. And there needs to be a difference between it's not that it doesn't need to be destructible, it's that there needs to be, as an owner, I need an option where it says, hey, you're about to destroy your subfief thing. Are you sure you want to do that? Because if you do, you're going to lose your land claims. Because if you manually click it to destroy it, it gives you a pop-up. That's good. That's great. What it doesn't do is if it's on top of another building piece and you blow up that building piece, it blew up my subfief console. No warning whatsoever, no pop-up, no nothing. All of a sudden, I was like, wait a minute, I can't build. What do you mean it can't build? I've been building here since the game launched. And it's like, you need a sub thing. But what do you mean I need a subfief thingy? Like, what? So, that is a, that's an issue. That's a major issue. No, that's the wrong piece. Okay, so technically, this says it's sheltered, right? It should be sheltered. It shouldn't take damage. You know what? To be even more sure about this, no, wrong wall. There we go. No one can no one can get in there other than me. Wow, that elevated my stress levels quite a bit. Oh my goodness. Starting to look like we need an outhouse for the sub fief. Literally. Did we literally just build an outhouse for the sub fief? That's totally true. We built a little shack. Learn a very, very valuable lesson today about the sub fiefs, man. Holy crap. Wow. Yeah, the more I think about that, that's got to just be an oversight. Just something that maybe didn't crop up as an edge case enough in testing to be able to think that no one ever said, hey, what happens if you accidentally destroy a building block and the sub fief is on top of it? What happens to the sub fief? Gone. No, 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 man. There should definitely... Because we do... If you try to manually destroy this thing, it does give you a pop-up. Which, kudos to them. It should. But there needs to be something else for when you're accidentally about to blow it up. Hey, wait, hold on a second. Your sub fief is on top of that thing. You can't destroy that thing because your sub fief is on it. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. I also did not know the sub fief could take damage from being outside. Learn something new every day. Ugh. I have all this armor now that I can just destroy. I don't need it. It's all that tier 1 stuff. My goodness, guys. Yeah, that was nuts. At least we saved it. Whew. It does, but it doesn't tell you. I don't think it tells you why, Gray. I'm gonna go check it really quick. There is a journey thing when it tells you about the sub fief. Oh, I gotta go pay my taxes. I know it does tell you to move it inside, but I don't know if it specifically tells you that it's because it's gonna take damage or not. Maybe it does, and it's just been so long ago I forgot. Yeah, correct, JD. There also needs to be a big warning that pops up that says, hey, that block you're about to pull is going to blow up like 30 other building pieces. Are you sure you want to pull that block? Definitely some pressure points. For sure. Someone said in chat a few minutes ago they accidentally did that and lost 4 land claims. I don't know who said that in chat. That's gnarly, man. I'm so sorry that that happened. Because that's what, 60,000 credits gone because of an accidental click. Feedback, guys. This is the type of stuff that we write big messages about and make sure we post it in their Discord. And say, hey, can you please fix this? Take a look at this. This could probably use a little bit of adjustment. Time to make a Reddit post. This game is trash. I've lost some gear in the salvager, says Howie. That one I have done, and I provided feedback on that in the... I actually recorded a video and gave that to them during beta. So the thing with the recycler is... I'm not at it right now to show you, but essentially when you're using mouse and keyboard to use the recycler, it is the space bar to recycle, and then when you're over on the right hand side where you're... So the first is to recycle, and then it breaks it down into pieces, which you can then take those pieces and put in your inventory. So on the keyboard, controller does the actual deconstruction of the item, and then when you claim the item from the recycler to put in your inventory, it's the E button. The E button takes. So spacebar to destroy, E button to take. On the controller, the X button does both. And the problem is where your cursor is at with the controller. So I have accidentally destroyed things when I was over on the right hand side trying to take items out of the recycler, and by not having my cursor directly on top of the item that I was trying to claim, it thought that I was telling it to destroy the item that's at the top of the list to be destroyed, and because it uses the X button for both things, I have accidentally destroyed items in the recycler. And that was a piece of feedback I gave them in beta. I was like, that you got to change the clicks around, because that's going to happen to more people. It only happened to me once because I was like, oh shit, I accidentally just destroyed a gun. That 3 o'clock wake up is starting to feel it. My coffee's worn off. Also built, yeah, that's another one, RJ. Accidentally building multiples of the same piece because you didn't realize that you were selecting it, right? And so you clicked like, I want to build that, and then I want to build that one underneath it, but you didn't quite click the one beneath it, so it just replicated the one from before. And then you're like, wait, where did all my resources go? And then you're like, son of a bitch, I just built 2. Dude, in beta, I built like 8 binoculars in a row one time, and I didn't know what was going on. I was like, why is it not making the thing? And then I checked my inventory, and I've got 8 binoculars, and I was like, yo, you've got to be kidding me.
You again? What now?
Pay my taxes. Where is it at, Transcend? Is it a Steam thing or a email? Because if it's a Steam thing, it'll probably trigger when I quit the game today. It's in your email. Oh, goodness gracious. Uh, I do not see anything in my emails yet, so I don't know if it just went out recently or something, but I don't have any emails from Funcom at the moment. There's a Dune Awakening Ultimate Edition up for grabs if you fill it in. Nice. Well, I will check my emails later on and see what's in there. Alright. I think I'm going to wrap there, guys. I can't stop the yawns. I'm tired. We've been up since 3. We're about 7 hours into the stream. That was a good session today. Back again tomorrow for more. And then tomorrow we'll probably try to do some deep desert group-based deep desert stuff with the guild. We'll see who's available tomorrow morning to do. Maybe we'll go do that group deep desert testing station out in E8 or wherever it is. I'm gonna go take a nap, and then, whew, assuming there's no storms and I feel good, I'll be back this afternoon. No, I won't. I don't think. Let me check one thing before I tell you whether or not I'm gonna be back this afternoon. Did season 3 Did episode 1 of season 3 of Foundation already air? I haven't checked. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not going to come back with another stream today. I am going to hang out with Chris. I got to get Murderbot watched. We got to watch another episode of Sandman. Yeah, Raves, that's what I was just looking at. I got to go review the first episode of Foundation. So I'm going to take a break, take a nap. Then I'm going to come back and watch episode 1 of season 3 of Foundation and get that review out on the channel after my nap. So that'll be what I do this afternoon. And then hopefully watch the next episode of Sandman with Chris. Have that out this afternoon. I'll be back tomorrow. There's a slight chance I might come back and do some Death Stranding 2 this evening. Like late afternoon, early evening. But if not, I'll be back again for more Dune Awakening tomorrow morning. Bright and early. Same time, same place, everybody. If you're following on Twitch or Steam, don't forget to get over to the YouTube channel because everything in between happens over there. Don't forget all the socials, the Discord, the Homestead channel, the Patreon, and all that good stuff. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Have a great day. Thanks so much for all the subs, follows, memberships, super chats, bits, cheers, all that good stuff, guys. Thanks for the support. See you next time.